Well, good morning, everybody, and a little bit of crazy dance music to start us out. I've even got my steampunk hat out because it's none other than, well, does anyone know what today is? Does anyone know? Anyone at all? What is today? We celebrate this once a year to acknowledge the significant impact that a certain item had on society, on industry, on the revolution of things. So today is that day, and that's why I'm starting out with a little bit of jazzy dance music. And our friends are coming out to dance. You saw Herr Obermeister, and you saw, who else was it? We had some other folks, Mr. Bean and the little old lady. She's not from a shoe, but she's pretty old. And all of them are coming out because it's none other than National Sewing Machine Day. Every year on June 13th, if you didn't know it, if you somehow missed it, every year, June 13th, we pause a little bit and we acknowledge the significance that the sewing machine had in its development on everything that we know, the clothes that we wear, the wardrobes that we see, the fashion that we follow, everything about everything is in one way or another centered around that little bitty thing called a sewing machine. Sometimes they're really big too. I've got one in the workshop right now that's a huge one, and I probably won't demonstrate it because it weighs about as much as I do, and it's out of Iron Mountain, Michigan. But at any rate, it's great to have everybody here today on National Sewing Machine Day. And I did do a post on Facebook as well, if you do Facebook, so you'll want to check it out. I think we've had over 500 people already that have acknowledged and celebrated with us, in a sense, this significant day, including John Panetti, the mayor of my city, was apparently noticing the post, and he popped on and he goes, Sewing Machine Day, what? And you know what? It's okay. The mayor is a busy guy. We just got done with Copperfest. And so I just shared a brief explanation for the mayor as to why do we celebrate it? What's it all about? So I don't know. He might surprise me and declare today, I don't know, Okanto Sewing Day or something. I have no idea. That's up to the mayor. But it was fun to see everybody kind of jump into that post. I posted it late last night, and people get excited about things like that because it only happens once a year. Well, once a year is more frequently than what we're going to be seeing as far as this machine. We're only going to see it once, and that's right now. And it's none other than a Montgomery Ward model 1964. Now, any of you, especially the leadership team members, might know why when this machine came to the workshop, Joann brought it in. I was really, really, really excited because, yeah, okay, all right. Mr. Bean is, I don't know if you can hear him off stage. Mr. Bean is going, Put your hat on. Put your hat on. You pulled it out. All right, all right, all right. There, I've got my hat on. Are you happy? It's officially National Sewing Machine Day now because I pulled out the steampunk hat. I never, ever, ever pull this hat out unless it's a major special occasion. So, any rate, if anyone knows why I was excited when this model 1964 came into the workshop, type it into the live chat. Type it into the live chat, and then we can get into this machine and check it out and celebrate another great machine. And this one again is from Montgomery Ward. We recently had another Montgomery Ward, if you remember. Well, I shouldn't say recently, it's been weeks ago, but that was Carol's machine. Remember that one that was still in the treadle table? And I turned it with my finger, and Carol turned it with her finger as well. I wasn't going to try to treadle it. That's a superpower I don't have, especially when you're looking at sewing on a small little stretch of material, like this long. It's hard to get any rhythm or rhyme or anything in that short little burst. You start rocking it and it starts going back. Yeah, it would have been ugly. So I played it safe and we just turned it with our finger. But we've had a couple of Montgomery Wards now, including this one. And I'm going to tell you a little bit, or actually I'll ask you some questions about Montgomery Ward and then also share some facts as well about that company. And if at the last presentation where I showed that Montgomery Ward treadle machine with the vibrating shuttle, if you took good notes, you'll really be able to shine in this class and show off your knowledge on Montgomery Ward, because it's a model that you don't hear about very often. And the presentation of it on the internet is pretty shoddy. They don't do a lot of justice to these machines. So let's get into this, and we'll check this machine out shortly, and I'll share some more particulars with you. And I'm going to take my Montgomery Ward hat off. They probably sold these in the catalog back in the day. Who knows? But these are a fun hat. I can't even remember where I got this, but I got a couple of them and gave a couple away too. So, but let's check this out. So, does anyone know when did Montgomery Ward come on the scene as far as sewing machines? When did Montgomery Ward come on the scene as far as sewing machines? Does anyone know the year that they came on the scene and how they were founded or who founded them? Does anyone know anything about Montgomery Ward? We don't talk about them very often, and there's their branding mark right there, down on the bottom, along with a really cool little built-in ruler, so you can measure stuff. Being the kid at heart, what do I measure? I probably measure stuff that's really, really significant and impactful. Like how many gumballs can I fit across the front of this Montgomery Ward sewing machine? That would be the trick of the day to figure that one out. I don't think I'm going to actually do it, but I'm going to get close. But you can see, if you were ever curious about measuring gumballs, which I doubt you were. I doubt that you were, because it's really a forgotten talent. Then you know that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 gumballs is approximately 4 inches long. 8 gumballs is approximately 4 inches long. So if anyone was here right now, you could share these gumballs with me, but you're not. So I get to keep them all to myself. But the Montgomery Ward, like all of the manufacturers, I think did a real decent job of trying to set the machine up so it was practical for the sewist. And also, let me look at the live chat real quick. Hold on a second. I'll turn this machine sideways just temporarily. You can check this machine out while I'm greeting everybody and saying good morning. And the other morning, I had to send her a message afterwards it was brought to my attention that a local lady that I've introduced before, and she had done that really pretty diamond art that she donated to our past contest giveaway. She was in the live chat or came into the live chat. I never acknowledged her. And that's where, that's where I try to do my job as best as I can, but I'm busy over here. And that's why the leaders will bridge those gaps and will say good mornings and welcome everybody to the live stream because I'm busy over here and I'll miss things. But I try to break away and try to make folks feel welcome and, say howdy. And so I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to say a quick howdy. Let's see who we have. So we have Susie from Minnesota. Great to have Susie here today. We have Emma from Florida. And we have Erin Allen, my favorite lady in the entire state of Vermont. We have Erin Allen here as well. And let's see who else we have. We have Jenny Folsom. Great to have Jenny here as well. And good to have Candido here from New York. And I always forget where Jenny is from. So if Jenny wants to share what state she's from, I think it's out east somewhere, maybe Ohio or Pennsylvania, but I might have that totally wrong. But it's great to have Jenny here. And it's great to have Candido here from New York as well. Also good to have Dawn here. I don't know if I've seen Dawn's name before, but I miss a lot. I miss a lot. And the leaders might recognize Dawn's name, but it's great to have Dawn here as well. Let's see who else we have. Oh, that's the Dawn. Dawn dropped off a machine at the workshop. That's right. Okay, well, all right. Now all the wires. Now I'm firing on all. Now I'm firing on all the cylinders. Not really, but sort of. Well, it's great to have all of you here, and I think I scrolled down the live chat so far, and I said good morning to everybody. So at this point, so I can focus on this great machine, that belongs to Joann. I'm going to turn the live stream over to the leadership team, over to Susie and Emma and Candido. And I don't know, I didn't see Christine from Canada, but if Christine pops in as well, the leaders will take great care of the family like they always do. And I'll let them be in charge of the live stream chat at this point, and I'll do my thing over here with this great machine. And Emma was absolutely right. I happened to read her statement real quick when I asked the question of why did I get excited about this 1964 model Montgomery Ward? It's because it is my birth year. It's my birth year. I think I've only had, over the time that I've done this, going on about 23, 24 years, I've only had a couple of machines come into the workshop that were from my birth year. This Montgomery Ward, and then I also had a 19E Special a while back that was also born in 1964. And I kidded around with some of the locals yesterday who are starting to figure out my routine. Like I said, even our mayor is kind of following what we're doing and popped up on Facebook this morning asking about National Sewing Machine Day. But they were asking me yesterday, so what are you going to present tomorrow on your live stream? I said, I'm going to be presenting a machine that was born in the same year as I was. And one of them had to be a smart aleck, of course, knowing that I'm a vintage machine guy. And they said, are we talking like from the 1800s? Yeah, I wanted to slap him, but a little kid was present and I thought that wouldn't be appropriate. And so, yeah, and I know all the police officers in town, but I don't want to meet them under bad circumstances. Did you slap the guy? Yep. Did he deserve it? Yep. Okay, have a good day, Scott, is probably the way the conversation would go. But at the same time, they were joking around about it being a really, really early antique type machine. And this obviously is not. It's, we would almost consider it a quasi a quasi vintage machine being from the 1960s. And Joann did buy this machine brand new. And if you looked at any of the reels that I posted, and by the way, I have to confess something to all of you. I've got to confess something. And actually, I'll come into the camera to do it. I've got to confess to you that I'm trying to get caught up in the workshop. As most of you know, and I tell folks this when they're bringing a machine, unless they come from, by way of a referral from Joann Fabrics or Joann's as they call themselves now, or unless they're a local person, I try to give priority to Joann's customers because they're coming from Joann's. Joann's the business, the sewing business. They're all over the country. Why am I explaining this to you? All of you know about Joann's. You've got them probably, and you've got Joann's probably in your state as well. That one contest, you remember? What contest was it? Was it the Humane Society fundraiser that we did? I gave away $50 gift cards for Joann's, and people all over the country that got them said, yeah, I went into Joann's and I bought, X, Y, and Z. And I knew that they were in other states, but did I know that they were in Texas? Did I know that they were on the East Coast, the West Coast, and everywhere else? I don't even know how many locations Joann's has. But at any rate, I try to give priority to their customers and also the locals. And so when I was trying to go through the process of how can I speed things up a little bit, but not compromise my standards. The reason people ship me machines from all around the world is because I've got off the charts standards in the way that I restore machines, whether it's a model 1964 Montgomery Ward or whether it's a 12K from the 1800s that Singer rolled out with that transverse shuttle system. It doesn't matter. Every machine, I say it all the time, deserves greatness. So one of the things, at any rate, all the blah, blah, blah is to say, my confession to all of you is one of the things I've tried to do to speed things up a little bit is I've tried to present different different insights into the workshop as I'm working on a machine by way of video and kind of walking you around a machine real quick through one of my reels that I post on Facebook, rather than hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of still shots. Now, I know that I've gotten a lot of great feedback, and even fellow restorers have contacted me and said, wow, thank you so much for providing that picture of this area of the machine. I wondered what it was supposed to look like. And so the still shots have been very helpful to people around the world, but they take a lot of time. You can only imagine if I've got one project like this, and on average, I would take around 175 to 250 photos, setting those photos up and capturing what I want to capture. It takes a lot of time. It extends, probably hours into that project where I'm not actually working on the machine. I'm just capturing what I'm doing to the machine. And so if anyone has been disappointed by saying, wait a second, Scott hasn't posted still shots for a while on projects, what's going on? That's what's going on. I'm trying to capture some of that process through video in showing the insides of the machines, as I've done recently, rather than hundreds and hundreds of still shots. Now, I might eventually, if I get caught up, I might go back to still shots again, because I know folks love to see that, especially the before and after, where you look at something and it looks like it's just gross. It's just nasty. And then all of a sudden I get done with restoring that area of the machine and you're like, it's like brand new. So I know that that's impactful, and it really tells my story of what's different about cow country, but it takes a lot of time. So forgive me if you've been disappointed by the lack of still shots, but check out the reels. And if you have feedback on the reels as far as other things you want to see in them, let me know that. But that it really is kind of the movement of a lot of things right now, as people are presenting their story through reels. So I'm kind of trying to fall in line and do some of that myself, but also to save some time. So anyway, that was my confession. Yeah. And all of you are saying, we didn't even notice. You're probably saying, I didn't even notice, man. I've been so busy on my end, I didn't even notice. But at any rate, that was my confession anyway. That was my confession. So what year did Montgomery Ward come on the scene? What year did they come on the scene? And what other interesting facts are there about them? Well, it might surprise you to know because again, Montgomery Ward is, at one time it was a household name. At one time it was a household name, but now it's kind of a forgotten thing, isn't it? Everyone talks about Singer, they talk about Necky, they talk about Foff, they talk about Husqvarna, they talk about Bernina, they talk about all these names, but you don't get a lot of conversations starting with, "Hey, by the way, how's your Montgomery Ward doing?" You know what I mean? They just don't. But the truth of the matter is Montgomery Ward came on the scene much, much earlier than some of those other companies that I just named. They came on the scene in 1872. 1872. What other company? Let me hit you with a question coming out of the gate here. I know it's summertime, but consider this our summer school. So, what other prominent company that is a household name also came on the scene in 1872 with their first sewing machine? Does anyone know? What company, very prominent household name, came on the scene with their first sewing machine the same year that Montgomery Ward did? I shared this before, but I'm not sure if you were taking good notes or not. So I'm asking. Yeah, exactly right. Candido just shared a fun fact. Aaron Ward, Aaron Ward is actually, well, actually, no, that's not. I apologize. I got so excited because I saw Candido sharing that thought. It actually wasn't Aaron Ward. It was Aaron Montgomery. Aaron Montgomery is given credit for founding the Montgomery Ward product line that rolled out sewing machines. Now, does anyone know what year Aaron Montgomery uh, introduced the first sewing machine? It was the same year as another company introduced their first sewing machine as well, and it was around the world. This other company. Anyone know? Oh, welcome to and I know the leaders are already doing it, but welcome to Yolanda. Yolanda apparently has been sitting in the shadows for a while, watching almost a year, and she stepped into the light today. So that's how cool is that to have someone be following our family for so long, and on National Sewing Machine Day say, "I'm going to join the live chat today." So it's great to have Yolanda here, and Yolanda may share where they are from. If not, where are you from? We'll love to know where you're from, what state, what country, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also, welcome to, and I hope I say this correctly. If I say it wrong, please forgive me. But also, welcome to Reba, Reba, or Reba, or Reba. Anyway, welcome to you as well. Great to have you here. So the answer is, the answer is, it was not Kenmore. It was not Foff. The company that also introduced their first sewing machine in 1872, just like Montgomery Ward did, was none other than the company that originated making what we refer to affectionately as Swedish beauties. What company is that we attribute the Swedish beauties to? Because they are the ones that also came on the scene in 1872 with their very first sewing machine called the Northern Star. The Northern Star, which was a hand crank machine. What company is that? Yeah, Husqvarna. Husqvarna, exactly right, Dawn. Husqvarna came on the scene in 1872. Now, people are generally shocked when I say that because Montgomery Ward is not generally considered a household name. Husqvarna is. I mean, even today, with all the products that they make, chainsaws, tractors. The list goes on and on and on and on of Husqvarna products made today, and they are a household name. And it's always interesting when people realize that Montgomery Ward introduced their first sewing machine in the very same year that Aaron Montgomery, the founder of Montgomery Ward, introduced their first sewing machine. The Swedish were celebrating the Northern Star. Montgomery Ward was celebrating their very first sewing machine as well back in 1872. Now, another fun fact about Montgomery Ward, another household name. If I were to say the name Sears, even young people, even millennials, even Generation X and all the other ones, many of them are familiar with Sears because it only recently went out of business. I don't remember what year they ended up. I remember they shut down their location in Appleton, Wisconsin, and a number of other locations. I don't know if they have any presence left anywhere, but at one time, Sears was a big deal, and they were the go-to place for everyone. And Sears also had a lot of notoriety because of the magical catalog that they produced. They produced a catalog, and as a boy, when I was a little guy growing up after being born in 1964, every kid that was in my age group from the age of about 5 to 10 years old, they would go to their wish list, their Sears catalog, and they would go through page by page after page leading up to Christmas time, and they would mark off all the pages and circle the things that they were hopeful that, that Santa Claus or their mom and dad, depending on, their beliefs, that they would end up getting underneath the tree. Sears catalog was iconic for so many years. But they didn't start their catalog. Does anyone know what year Sears started their catalog? Does anyone know what year Sears started their catalog? What year did Sears start their catalog, if anyone knows? Yeah, money back guarantees too. Money back guarantees. That was something that you didn't see very often. But you know what? There's another company that's offering even today. And I just communicated with some of their corporate people. Because they noticed. Everyone's noticing our family. Isn't it great? It's like a big family reunion. We've got Bernina USA following us. We've got SCHMETZ Needles following us on Facebook and YouTube. And now we also have these folks following us as well, and got a personal note from one of their representatives saying, thank you so much to all of you at Cow Country for helping get our name out there. We're a fairly new company, and we're getting great feedback. People are falling in love with our professional tailoring shears. But the stuff that you've been posting and the buzz that you've been creating within the Cow Country family nationwide around the world, we're getting a lot of interest from people as a result. And that's why we're running commercials on the Cow Country YouTube channel as well. But these folks also offer that rare, very rare offering where if you get a pair of these professional tailoring scissors or any of their other scissor lines, and you're not absolutely delighted, this company here, Guggenheim, will not only refund your money, but they will tell you to please, as a gift from us, keep the scissors. Keep the $50 Guggenheim professional tailoring scissors, plus we're going to give you your money back. Now that's a company, in my opinion, just like Montgomery Ward and Sears and others that back in the day had so much confidence in what they were offering, so much pride in what they were offering, that they weren't afraid to say, you either love our product or we're going to give you your money back, plus keep the product, by the way. And I think some of those other places you had to bring the product back, but Guggenheim is saying keep the professional tailoring scissors that look like this. Keep these amazing scissors, plus we're going to give you your money back. So the Guggenheim folks are excited about what we're saying about their shears, but I think it's deserved. Anyone that's gotten a pair of these has told me, wow, wow. And they just did a really cool video, Guggenheim. They always see us with our live streams. We're always kind of pushing these machines, not so much on this one today, but on other machines, we're always pushing the machines to the limit. We're going through multiple layers of leather. We're going through multiple layers of denim. We're just really going hard and heavy, trying to demonstrate the strength and the power of the machines that have gotten a dose of workshop magic. Guggenheim now has a really cool video where they take one of their scissors and they cut through, I don't even remember how many layers it is, but like, I don't know, it's a ridiculous number of layers, like a phone book. And they take a regular pair of shears and they're trying to cut on this stuff. No way is it going to cut through. And then they take theirs and they go, done. So, and you know, I'm boasting about these folks, but I think it's well deserved. So why don't we give another pair of these away today? Would anyone like to win a pair of these Guggenheim shears? I've given away a couple pairs already, and I'd like to give another one away today. But what I'm going to ask you to do is, I've had a number of you already respond to this. A number of you have already responded to the request, the challenge, the invitation to write a review for Cow Country, on Google. And I know that either Susie or someone, one of the other leaders, can post the link for Google reviews for Cow Country. But if you're willing to write a review for Cow Country at the next live stream we do, which will probably be this Saturday, at the next live stream. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking I might present a Lotus sewing machine, which we don't see a lot of those, do we? But I might present a Lotus sewing machine on Saturday. And what I'll do is, I did the same thing I did the last time. I'll read through, or maybe I could call one of the leaders. Wouldn't that be fun? Call one of the leaders and have them read through all of the reviews, and then we'll vote on all the reviews that are there by Saturday, this Saturday. And whoever gets the most votes gets this pair of Guggenheim professional tailoring scissors. So between today and Saturday, if you haven't already written a review, write a review, get it posted on Google. And I hope that I deserve 5 stars. And we'll read through those this Saturday at our Saturday live stream. And whoever gets the most votes, and yes, you can vote for yourself. Whoever gets the most votes will win these Guggenheim scissors. And I'll say it again, I'll mail them anywhere in the world. I don't care where you live. I don't think I can send them to the moon, but if I can figure out a way, I will. But if you want to win a pair of these Guggenheim professional scissors, the value is $50, and I'll mail them to you as a thank you for writing a great review for Cow Country Vintage Sewing, again, on Google. So that's the deal. Write a review. If you've already written a review, I'm going to read through it anyway. And unless you already won a pair of scissors, then that's the only thing that would disqualify you from getting considered. So anyway, I wanted to share that. I like to give these away. I like to support good companies. And I think the folks at Guggenheim are doing it right. I think they're doing it right by having so much confidence in their product that not only will they refund your money, but they'll let you keep the professional tailoring scissors on top of it, because they have that much confidence that you're going to fall in love with them. You're going to absolutely fall in love with them. Yep. Okay, back to my question. When did Sears come on the scene? Let me see if anybody guessed. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm the same age as Jenny's baby brother. So that makes me really young, right? I'm ridiculously young. I'm so young. I'm so young, it's ridiculous. Hey, don't do that. Herr Obermeister is shaking his head no. He says you couldn't hear him because he talks real soft, but he said you're not as old as dirt, Scott, but you're pretty doggone close. You're not as old as dirt, but you're pretty close. That was the saying my dad always had. He loved that saying. So, yeah, I think I'm pretty young and I feel young. I try to live well. I try to eat well. I try to exercise. So I think for somebody that soon will be turning 60 years old, I think I'm doing all right. I think I'm doing all right. All right. What else? What else? What else do we have? All right. I don't see that anyone guessed it. If anyone guessed it, then please point that out to me, and I want to give you credit. But Sears came on the scene with their catalog in 1890. 1890, Sears introduced their catalog. When did Montgomery Ward introduce their catalog? Believe it or not, they introduced their very first catalog, which was only one page in 1872 when they introduced their first sewing machine, the same year that Husqvarna introduced the Northern Star over in Sweden. Montgomery Ward introduced their first sewing machine, and they also rolled out their very first catalog in 1872. So where Sears gets all the notoriety with their really cool catalog, their catalog didn't come on the scene until 1890, whereas the Montgomery Ward catalog came on the scene in 1872. Now, one page catalog is hardly even a catalog. It's more of a leaflet, but they got so much good feedback from their very first catalog in 1872. By 1883, their catalog at Montgomery Ward had grown to 240 pages and had over 10,000 items for sale. And this is 7 years before Sears ever even conceived of coming out with a catalog. Sears, again, did not introduce their first catalog until 1890. Montgomery Ward came out with their first one-page catalog in 1872, and then they grew it to over 240 pages and 10,000 items by 1883. So this is where sometimes history can be very cruel, can be very, very cruel to a company in not giving them the credit that they are due. Because Montgomery Ward developed a catalog with over 10,000 items, almost a decade before Sears ever was even on the scene with their iconic catalog that got so much notoriety. Just checking my notes. I want to share some other things with you real quick, and then we'll get into this machine. So there was a movement that affected both Montgomery Ward and Sears as far as their catalog sales in the early 1900s. There were a lot more brick and mortar places where people could go shopping. And it was when, as some of you might remember, if you're a little bit older than I am, you might remember that shopping was a major event. When you went out even to the grocery store, you dressed as if you were going to church, as if you were going to a special event. You dudded up, as my father would have said. You put on your best Sunday go to meeting clothes whenever you went out in public. And so people like the idea of dressing up. People like the idea of going out and making shopping an event. And so in the early 1900s, the catalog sales started plummeting because everyone wanted to go out to brick and mortar places, kind of like on Facebook. Why do people go on Facebook? Why do people post on Facebook? They want to be seen. They want to be known. They want to be seen and known. And that was the thing back in the early 1900s is everyone wanted to dress up and go out shopping So catalog sales started dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping. And by the 1950s, even the late 1940s, catalog sales had dropped so low that I'm trying to check my dates. I want to give you the correct information. That the Montgomery Ward catalog and also the Sears catalog basically went out of business. I'm trying to see if I have any specific dates that I can share with you. What actually, yeah, I mean, but that's the impact of sales and trends and the way people shop, isn't it? It's kind of like now. A lot of people are shopping online. Everyone Amazons things and all of that. So the shopping habits do change. And then finally, as far as a company, Montgomery Ward pretty much went out of business for good and was bought out by a company called Swiss Colony right in the early 2000s. So they lasted a long time. They really were a persevering company, much like Sears. They weren't going to give up the ghost without a fight. And so they stuck around a very, very long time. See if there's anything else interesting to share with you. The other thing I should confess to you is very much like Sears, because many people know that Kenmore and Sears were brands that were private branded by another company. Sears didn't produce their own sewing machines. They didn't have a manufacturing plant with Sears with a line of employees assembling sewing machines like you've seen in some of the vintage shots. The same thing is true of Montgomery Ward. They did not have a manufacturing plant to make Montgomery Ward sewing machines. They were manufactured by a third party, private branded with their name on them, and then they distributed them through their catalog, through their stores, and through other venues where they could sell sewing machines. Early on, Foley and Williams, if you want to take really good notes, because this might come up again on a test or a midterm. So if you want to do well, pay attention. So Foley and Williams were the original manufacturers for Montgomery Ward early on in the process. And then eventually the National Sewing Machine Company, which you hear me mention quite a bit, and the National Sewing Machine Company, again, they're bread and butter. The National Sewing Machine Company, their bread and butter was to find a company like Montgomery Ward or Sears or hundreds of others that didn't have the money or didn't want to invest the money to build their own manufacturing plant, but they wanted to offer sewing machines. And so the National Sewing Machine Company would private brand sewing machines for people all over the place. I think at one point I showed all of you a long list of all the private brand names that were made by the National Sewing Machine Company. It was like almost 200 names, almost 200 different names that the National Sewing Machine Company private branded, including Montgomery Ward and Sears. And then eventually, after the National Sewing Machine Company stepped away from helping to produce machines for Montgomery Ward and some others, there was a company that was based in China that started producing these machines, and it was none other than the Happy Sewing Company. The Happy, I'm not making that up. I wish I were making that up. I'm not. I almost want to say the Happy Deluxe Good Luck Sewing Company, because our Chinese friends, many of whom follow us on YouTube and on Facebook as well, they love the terms Happy, Deluxe, and some of the other terms also used by our friends over in Japan that were also involved with making sewing machines as well, particularly post-World War II. So, at any rate, that's a skinny on some of the interesting things about Montgomery Ward and also about Sears as well, because they were kind of running neck and neck through a lot of the different phases of their companies as they were marketing sewing machines and a lot of other products. So hopefully you find that interesting. I hope you do. I love the history of things. I love sharing the history of things. And I know many of you are also in your heart of hearts. One of the things you love about being a vintage enthusiast and a sewist that touches vintage sewing machines sometimes almost daily is you love the history of that. And that's why I love to go into some of that stuff and share it with you so that you can then go into your circles on Facebook or Etsy or Pinterest or anywhere else, maybe in your sewing groups. And you could say to them, oh, by the way, have you ever sewn on a Montgomery Ward? And the most common answer is no. And then you can say, well, have you ever sewn on a Husqvarna sewing machine? And usually there's an enthusiastic, oh, yeah, I've got a couple of Husqvarna Viking machines. I love them. And then you can share that both of those companies introduced their first sewing machine in 1872. So there you go. Facts are fun and facts are powerful, aren't they? Okay, a little walk around this machine and then let's put it to work. I should also not forget to tell you that a long time ago, and I actually got a note from somebody over in India, or I should probably say it like this, and I mean this respectfully. I got a note from someone over in India. Yeah. And they said, you introduced those other sewing needles. I don't remember what they're called, but you said that they were available at Joann's and major retailers. When are you going to put those needles to use again in one of your live streams? And the answer is today on National Sewing Machine Day. And these are the needles that they were talking about and that I'm talking about. And these are still very much like Guggenheim professional tailoring scissors or shears. These are still a pretty unknown sewing needle, but you can pick them up at Walmart. You can pick them up at a lot of other major retailers. They're trying to get their foot in the door. And so I like to, again, a company that I think is trying to produce a good product, I like to do my little part in promoting them. So this is the needle that we're going to be using today. I've never used this 7511 embroidery needle before. So if we do some of the sew-offs we're doing and I break one, I probably will retire that needle and put a SCHMETZ needle in. I'm just letting these folks know. I'm going to give them a chance, but I'm not going to stumble very long if their needle doesn't perform. And these needles are called Hello Hobby, I think it is. Hello Hobby. I think in one of the live streams I said Hello Kitty needles. But whatever they're called, these are an embroidery 7511. We're going to put them to the test today, and not just doing embroidery sewing on light cotton materials, but we're going to be sewing some leather as well with these because fair is fair. I've sewn with SCHMETZ 7511 embroidery needles, so I'm going to try sewing with one of these Hello Hobby 7511 embroidery needles and see if it can stand up to saddle grade leather and stand up to protected full grain leather. And if it does, maybe you'll be inspired to go out to your local sewing shop or your local retailer and try to pick some of these up and try them out. See what you think of them. And then my thread is the most common thread that I use, the dual duty from Joann Fabrics, or Joann's as they call themselves now, from Joann's. And this thread is kind of a general purpose thread. It's not a high end, it's not a super high end thread, but it's a very, very good utilitarian type thread to use on a variety of different sewing applications. And we've used it several times. And the other good news about this thread is on the weekend at Joann's, they run sales and you can buy 3 of these and get 2 free. So you walk onto the store, you only paid for 3 spools of thread and you walk out with 5. I think that's pretty cool. At least I do. So that's the thread we'll be using today as well. All right. I think I just got a text message. Hold on one second. Oh, what a great thing to share. The text message is from one of my leadership team members, Susie out of Minnesota, and she just mentioned that Cheryl King is in the chat, and she said Cheryl King said because of the live stream on the FOF 130-6, she said she now understands her machine because of that live stream. What a great thing to share, because that's always my hope. And I know that the leaders on my team, whoops, I'm dropping things. I know that the leaders on my team share the same hope. And that is that through the things that we discuss, through the topics that we share, and it's not all about Scott. I think that's why people love this YouTube channel. It's not about me. I don't parade around like a sewing savant saying, come to me, follow me. I am the answer person for everything. I show my frailty. I show my lack of knowledge quite often on this channel. And I reach out to all of you to say, you can step up and become a teacher anytime in our live streams. We share the platform. It's not a platform for the leadership team. It's not a platform for Scott. It's a platform for all of us. And so I'm really happy that Cheryl King found that live stream helpful on the 130-6. I don't know if that was the one with the embroidery kit or which 130-6 it was. But the point of the matter is, these live streams are a classroom, a place that we gather and we share information back and forth like this. I share things just like I just did right now about Montgomery, Ward, and Sears. You share stuff back, and then you go out into your circles. I go out into my circles, and we share that information with others so that they all start chatting and saying, well, where did you hear that? I didn't know that. I didn't know that about the machine. Where did you learn about that? And they point in our direction. And then one of the leadership team members, because I'm busy over here, has an opportunity to welcome another new person to the family because of the impact that all of us are bringing to the vintage sewing machine space. And that's why, and I don't say this, please don't take this as I'm bragging or being, being cocky. But that's why we have over 130 countries based on the analytics that I can see on YouTube are following this channel now. 130 countries. So whatever we're doing, we're going to keep doing it and keep doing more of it. And that's a feather in everyone's cap. It's not just a feather in my cap. It's not a feather in the cap of the leadership team. It's a feather in everyone's cap that's part of the Cow Country family. I hope you hear that, and I hope you hear it clear and loud, because I want this to be a forum where we gather together, we celebrate machines, we learn together, and we also feel comfortable enough that we can teach each other, and no one feels lesser. They feel greater because of it. I love learning from all of you, and I get the impression that you enjoy learning things from me as well. So it's the perfect partnership that we have through this YouTube channel. And it really is a blessing. I've got to say that it truly, truly, truly is a blessing. And I appreciate Cheryl King sharing that, and then Susie passing that feedback along. It's great. It's great. And others will see machines that we introduce, and then they'll want to go out and get one of those machines. As a matter of fact, I've got to playfully point at Susie from Minnesota. She did that very thing. After I introduced a machine, she went out and sought one and shared that with me. And I think I shared part of that on Facebook as well. So yeah, it's a powerful place. It's a powerful platform that we have. And I hope we continue to use it responsibly. And I hope we continue to use it as a beacon, almost like a lighthouse, to draw people into the Cow Country family and to build our family bigger and wider, so that who knows, by next year, maybe we'll have 135 countries or 140 countries. I don't even know how many countries there are in the world, but I hope our family continues to grow. I hope it continues to grow. All right, blah, 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 blah. All right, what else can I tell you? Why don't we walk, why don't we walk around this machine real quick and check it out? Let's check this machine out. I'm going to rotate it back. Okay, this Montgomery Ward model 1964. First of all, it is a free arm machine. Um, and if you saw any of the early shots or reels on this machine, it was absolutely filthy. Oh my goodness. I don't know what they did to it. If they had it, maybe they took it to, if you saw that recent reel I posted on Facebook about Copperfest and the pig races, I almost wonder if they had this machine and then the previous machine we had as well was just utterly filthy. I wonder if they took it to a pig race or maybe a tractor pull or something like that, and they were sewing there and all the dust and the dirt kicked up. At any rate, it's nice and tidy now. And this is a free arm machine, or as they refer to it in the book, they don't call it a free arm machine. They call it, here's the actual owner's manual, they call it an open arm stretch stitch sewing machine. So instead of a free arm, they're calling it an open arm. And I don't know if any of you have heard that term before. It was a little bit new to me. I'm used to referring to a machine like this as a free arm machine, but who knows? Apparently, the thing then when they produced this machine, people must have been referring to it, or they wanted people to refer to it as an open arm type sewing machine instead of a free arm. But really a nice manual for this machine. The customer left this with me so I could kind of check it out. Covers a lot of aspects. It covers a little bit on the servicing of the machine as well, and just talks about uh, just talks about the machine and the pride that they have in it. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of pride went into producing, I think, all sewing machines, but particularly the companies that were really needing to prove themselves. And while I have this little accessory kit off, let me set the camera down real quick. I have this little accessory kit off. I'll see if I can see if I'm smarter than a fifth grader and I can open this up and show you inside. Not likely. I'll probably spill this stuff all over the place. I had it open just earlier, but it's one of these semi-tricky. Come on, you silly thing. All right, somebody come to the workshop right now and open this for me. I'm looking for a young person that can kind of like helping us on the computer. There we go. I finally got it. You can see just a nice little, I think some people call these accessory boxes, or it's not really a caddy, but a little accessory box that has a variety of different goodies in there, including some needles. I can't see if it's covered up because it's a Montgomery Ward, but at this time when they were buying these needles, they were $2 for a buck, $2 for $1. So that's going back a little ways. And then you also have easy access here to the bobbin case as well. Just kind of pop this little door open. You can see right here. And for maintaining the raceway area, you can take out the bobbin case. You can flip these little flanges down, and then you can take out the entire hook system to make sure that it's nice and tidy. And I would recommend doing that, especially if you're sewing with fleece or other materials that leave a lot of debris behind, taking time to pop this open and to take out that entire hook system and do a thorough cleaning of it, probably about every 4 to 6 hours of sewing, and keep that raceway, as I refer to it, keep the brain center of the sewing machine running well. And I won't pop it out because I'm going to try to be more efficient with my time, but this happens to be a bobbin case where the finger, as I call it, I'll see if I can get closer so you can see it. This is going to be one of those bobbin cases that were real common with the Japanese clone machines. And I've talked to you about this before, where some of them have the finger pointing at the 1 o'clock position, and others will have the finger, the little fingers at the top of the bobbin case. The others will have the finger pointing at the 11 o'clock position. So if you ever have one of these machines that has this class 15 style bobbin case, and you want to reorder one because you have to replace yours, just make sure you order the right one and check that orientation of that finger before you go out shopping so that you don't order the wrong one. Because obviously, if you need a 1 o'clock position finger and you get an 11 o'clock, it's not going to work in your machine, and the same vice versa if you order the other type. But these are great bobbin cases because they hold a huge amount of thread. They really, truly do. And this setup as well is nice because it's fairly easy to provide maintenance to your own machine to keep that raceway nice and tidy, nice and tidy. And then also we have the darning capacity as well. We've got this little slider right here. You see that right there. If you slide this right, you can drop the feed dogs. You slide it back to the left. You can go into that normal sewing mode where those feed dogs will be pulling the material fully. So it's just a matter of taking off that little accessory attachment, and then you're able to very easily drop the feed dogs if you need to. I got that on. I got that on a lot easier than I was trying to get it. Yeah, anyway. Over here on this side of the machine, we've got variable speed control. It's a simple slider. If we want to go at a tortoise rate, a slower rate, we're going to slide it all the way to the left. If we want to go at a faster rate, we slide it all the way to the right. And then we can race. We can race like a rabbit. And it was interesting. I just presented that machine recently that belonged to Bridget. Remember that machine that we just saw that Bridget owns, and she and her family have a farm. And when I went in and I demonstrated that air charged machine, and I said, it's after my service, it's running a lot faster. She gave me a laugh. She said, oh, it's much, much faster. But she said, I love to sew even faster than that if I can do that. So, but this is if you're a rabbit and not a tortoise, then push it all the way to the right. If you're more of a tortoise, then slide it to the left. And then over here, we've got stitch length control. And also we have a sewing mode control on here as well in this little dial. For example, if we want to sew one of the stretch stitches that this machine can produce, one of these stitches up here. Let me see if I can show it to you on camera. I might have to shut off that LED light again. No, you can see it pretty well. So if I want to sew one of these stretch stitches like we're going to do on the live stream today, or one of these stitches over here that are decorative, and a lot of these stitches are going to have that tri-motion where the feed dogs are going to be manipulated forward, back, forward, back, like a dance very rapidly, then we've got to adjust our stitch length controller appropriately on this model, and we've got to move it all the way over to here. So it's on the stretch mode. And that's also true of the decorative stitches as well. We've got to move our stitch length over to the stretch mode where it says stretch right there. Now, the interesting thing about this Montgomery Ward, on most sewing machines, the lower the number, the longer that stitch is going to be. On most sewing machines, the lower the number, the longer that stitch is going to be. And most of the machines that you see on this channel are going to be sewing, at the longest point, around 5 to 6 stitches per inch. On this Montgomery Ward, our longest stitch is 6 stitches per inch. It's really closer to 7, but the book says 6. Now on this machine though, if you want the longest stitch, you don't go to the lowest number like we normally would. You don't go to a lower number like way over here, like go to 2 or something like that. You go to the highest number and it's going to give you the longest stitch, which on this machine is going to be 8. So if you want the longest stitch that this model 1964 can produce, you've got to move it over to 8. And then as you want to shorten that stitch for some of the decorative stitches, you rotate it closer and closer to some of those lower numbers. Somewhere over in this range, probably around 7, maybe even down to 5. And then if we go all the way down to, say this range over here, around to 2, we're going to be real close to 30 stitches per inch if we go down to that setting. But in that sense, it's a little bit opposite, isn't it? It's a little bit opposite. On most of our vintage machines, if we go to that higher number, we're going to expect to see more stitches per inch. On this Montgomery Ward, we've got to go the opposite direction. So just understand that if you're wanting to get that longer stitch. And then also you might have caught a glimpse of it. If you want to do buttonholes, you also have to adjust your stitch length. I'll go back over to that point so you can see it. You've also got to adjust your stitch length into this buttonhole range right over here as well. Of course, you already know I'm not going to be demonstrating that today. Not even on National Sewing Machine Day will I be doing a buttonhole on a live stream. One of these times when I do a live stream, one of our family members from Cow Country is going to be here, and they're gonna really press that issue, and then I'm gonna say, there you go, there's the seat, go ahead and do a buttonhole. But yeah, it's fun to play around with that, isn't it, a little bit? Okay, up here we've got more controls. This inner dial here is going to give us control over stitch width. It's going to give us control over stitch width. It's also going to give us an option to move into the buttonhole mode as well. You'll see that over here. Hope you can see that over there. Looking at my lighting, I think my lighting's pretty good. And then this outer dial here, you've got an inner dial and an outer dial. Inner dial, again, is controlling stitch width. Outer dial is controlling stitch pattern selection. So, for example, if we wanted to do one of the utility stitches, which we'll probably start with, if we wanted to do one of these utility stitches, then we would choose the number. Say if we wanted to do a straight stitch or a zigzag, we would choose this number 1. I think you can see that. We would choose number 1, which we're already on. So our dial is already set on number 1. And then we would, if we wanted to do a straight stitch, we would leave the this dial on 0. If we wanted to do a zigzag, then we would go ahead and adjust this somewhere between 1 and 5. So right now, if I were to sew, we would get a very wide zigzag on this machine. This again is going to be the stitch selector, the stitch pattern selector. This is going to be the stitch width selector, and also for buttonholes as well. Also for buttonholes. Hopefully you can see that. I think you can see that. Yeah, there you can see it. Now you can see it. Kind of having to look over at the laptop screen so I can see what you're seeing. So, but the first stitch we'll probably do is a straight stitch. I'm going to move our inner dial back to 0 again. And I'll leave it on 1 because that'll give us an option to go between a straight and a zigzag. But then down here on the stitch length selector, when we're doing a utility stitch like one of these, when we're doing a utility stitch in yellow, or these decorative stitches that are also in yellow over here, we've got to make sure that our stitch length selector is in this mode over here where you can see the white numbers. Whereas if we're going to some of those stretch and decorative stitches that require tri-motion, as I showed you before, we're going to be rotating this stitch length selector over to the stretch mode. So we can do these orange stitches like this, and these decorative stitches like this that are also in orange. So the only thing you have to make sure so you get the right stitch pattern output, whether it's yellow or orange, is make sure that you have your stitch length selector, your little dial here, in the correct mode. Right now we're going to be sewing the orange stitches. When I rotate it this way into this realm of the white numbers between 1 and 8 or whatever it is, we're going to be sewing the stitches that are in yellow. I hope that makes sense. Just think of it as this is one mode, the one that's here in white numbers, and this is the other mode to get these stitches here, some of which will be tri-motion type stitches. Okay, so that's I wouldn't say it's tricky, but you need to understand that so that when you go to sew a stitch, you know, you don't you don't go with the goal of saying doing a straighter zigzag, and all of a sudden you start getting something like this, because that's also one. Like this is one. You see that right there. So that's just important to know. All right, let me set that back for a long stitch. Keep my speed down a little bit. This is obviously going to be for reverse sewing. I didn't specifically point that out, but this is reverse sewing right here. You just push it down for reverse sewing, and it's going to be a one stage function. So when you push it down, you have to hold it down. It's not like on some of the Husqvarna 19 class machines where you push it down and give it a little wiggle and then it locks in place. This one, you got to hold it down. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people don't like having to hold it down. So our on-off switch is over here. Power plug-in that's also a combo with a foot controller. Clutch release right here for bobbin winding. And our actual bobbin winder up here. And these are also collapsible spool pins. So when you're walking around with the machine, you can push them down so you don't break them off. And then when you want them, you can pull them up. Say if you're doing a twin needle sewing, you can pull them up and put 2 spools of threads on here and run them down, but otherwise keep them down so they're protected. The only thing I don't like about the design as far as these spool pins and the proximity of them to the rear of the machine is you can't raise this handle to lift the machine unless you take that spool pin off. It gets in the way. If I had been a designer back in the day, I would have moved this a little bit more forward so that you can lift that handle up and actually move the machine without having to take the spool all the way off to make that possible. You can see it even interferes with the spool pin itself unless you lower it all the way down, and then you can benefit from this cool lifting handle here. It's always fun doing things with one hand. It just is. So if you're winding a bobbin on this machine, you're going to come off with one of these 2 spool pins. You're going to come across the machine towards the faceplate, and you're going to go clockwise around this tensioner back here. Come around here clockwise, and then come back across to the bobbin winder. And then you just engage it by pushing it to the side. And then as it fills, this little stopper is going to push this away, and by design is supposed to disengage the bobbin winding automatically. Okay. Upper tension thread right here. This is our upper tension control. It's going to ensure that we get a nicely defined lock stitch. Again, the upper tension pulls up, the bobbin case pulls down. This pulls up, bobbin case pulls down. So it's a tug of war back and forth between this and down here. Actually down here. I'm used to pointing here. It's underneath the little caddy thing here, like I showed you before. So this is going to be pulling down, and this up here. I'm going to break something here. This up here is going to be pulling up. So also a nice easy thread take-up arm. You can see there's a little opening there where you slide the thread through. You don't have to thread the hole. Just kind of draw it through. And the actual threading of this machine is pretty straightforward. I'll just show that to you real quick. You come off the spool. You come through this thread guide right here. You have to kind of draw the thread to the back and snap it in there. And then you come around this tensioner, and this tensioner serves as a pre-tension for that upper tension. So it's going to add a little bit of a boost to make sure that that lock stitch is nice and defined. That's why it's a tensioner and not a thread guide. They're different. This is a thread guide here. This is a tensioner here, and they're going to serve different purposes as far as what they do for the sewing machine. So then we come down through this track here, through the tension discs, down around here, the take-up spring, right through here. Then we come back up through this track. We thread it from right to left over that take-up arm. We come back down through the same channel which we can actually look at. I'll open the faceplate. Let me shut that light off temporarily. We actually come back through this channel right here, and this thread then comes from the take-up arm up here, back down across this plate right here that just serves as a smooth surface for that thread to feed through in the sewing process. We're then going to come through another tensioner right here. There's another tensioner right above the eye of the needle right here. And then finally, we're going to thread this needle from front to back. Thread the needle from front to back. So fairly straightforward. You might have noticed if you look at the reels on Facebook, the other adaptation that I did on this machine is before, when the light was on, the light down here below was kind of like this, almost like I'm doing it right here with my hand over there. And then I added something to the inside of the faceplate to push that light down to accentuate the lighting, because the customer has an incandescent bulb instead of a LED bulb. And then all of a sudden the lighting went from this to that. And it was nothing other than adding this reflective sticky tape right here. I added to this side. I added the sticky tape to this side as well. And what it does then is when the light comes on, it pushes that light down to the surface so that it's much, much brighter. And all this tape is, if you've ever done HVAC work with like heating, air conditioning, this is that real sticky silver type tape that the HVAC people use in a lot of the work that they do. You can buy it at your hardware store. Let's say your sewing machine, also like this Montgomery Ward, didn't have any reflective surface in here to push the light down. You can easily add this tape to your sewing machine, and you will be amazed at how much brighter your sewing area is, whether you're using an incandescent bulb like this one, or whether you transition over to an LED light. It's going to make it at least 20% brighter, easily when you add this reflective tape. So consider doing that so you can see what's happening down at the needle a lot easier. And it only took me a matter of minutes to do it for Joann, so that her sewing is going to be more enjoyable and less fatigue, right? If you're struggling to see what's happening at the needle, it's very stressful and it can tire you out. Whereas when you brighten up that space, it makes sewing a lot more pleasurable and a lot easier to see things, doesn't it? Oh, I should also show this as well while we're in here. This is going to be presser foot pressure. Right now you can see we're set on 3, I think. Yeah, we're set on 3, which is a nice midpoint for the presser foot pressure. And again, if you're brand new to sewing, presser foot pressure is how hard this presser foot here is going to be pushing down on that material that's running over those feed dogs. If we're sewing through something that's a little trickier, like this bubblegum material, we're going to want to have more presser foot pressure. So we're going to bump this number up, maybe even above 3. If we're sewing something lighter, like this vinyl paper that we're going to sew through today for fun, if you're sewing something real light like this, you might want to back off that presser foot pressure to a lighter pressure. Same thing with some cottons as well. But then when you go into some of these leathers, you're going to want to have a higher presser foot pressure. So it's going to put down more pressure against that material, whatever it is, or those multiple layers like we sometimes sew, and it's going to give you more even feed, and it's going to give you a more robust stitch. Where if we set it on the longest stitch on 8, we're going to get closer to that 6 stitches per inch than if we don't bump up the presser foot pressure. We might get 8 to 10 stitches per inch, even though we're cranked up to the highest setting on this Montgomery Ward. So presser foot pressure is a big deal. And I've met so many sewists, some of whom have been sewing for decades, 30 plus years, that never understood how significant the presser foot pressure was in depending on their material choice and the number of layers that they're working with. So put it to work for you. That's why it's there. Put it to work and let it work for you and get the job done and get you a better stitch product from whatever sewing machine you're working with. I think that's about it. There's also going to be a number of oiling points in here as well. You'll want to check out your owner's manual, or again, like I always say, just rock that balance wheel with the machine unthreaded. Anything that goes up and down, anything that pitches to and fro, should get a one to two drops of oil about every 8 hours of sewing. Okay. What else? I think that's about it. Quick question for all of you. Quick question. This Montgomery Ward from the 1960s, where was this machine made? Where was this machine made? And what size motor, or as our friends in Europe say, what size engine does this model 1964 have? Where was it made? And what size motor or engine does this 1964 machine have? So let me know your thoughts on that. Oh, hello to Kevin and Doreen. And Kevin and Doreen are from the great state of Iowa. I've got both of their machines done and ready for pickup. I've just got to get them a final invoice of the charges above their deposit. And I'm just sharing that because they're in the live stream right now. And that way they know for sure their machines are done. They're ready to be picked up, but I just got to get you that final amount. And then you can make the long drive from Iowa to the workshop and pick up these great machines that you've got. I believe one of them was a Belvedere straight stitch machine. It was that model 110 modeled after the featherweight machine. If you didn't see that, check out that live stream. It really is a super cool machine. And I point out a lot of unique features about that machine as well. Not to mention the size of its motor. And we're talking about motor size on this Montgomery Ward right now. I'll tell you this, that Kevin and Doreen's Featherlight Model 110, the Belvedere machine that we live streamed a couple weeks ago, that machine, that little Featherlight machine that belongs to Kevin and Doreen from Iowa, has a bigger motor than this Montgomery Ward. Their little Featherlight 110 model has a bigger motor than this machine here that we're looking at right now. So we're getting a couple of solid answers. Oh boy, I just totally blew it. I blew it. I didn't look at the live chat. All I saw is Kevin. It's a different Kevin. Kevin that's in the live chat right now, your machines are not ready to be picked up because you don't have any machines here. I thought it was Kevin and Doreen. Oh boy. See how much I miss? See why I so desperately need Emma and Susie and Candido and Christine and Bill and Michelle and Veronica. See why I need that leadership team so desperately? I'm almost giving machines away to the wrong person. Anyway, if that was Kevin and Doreen from Iowa, if it was, their machines are ready, and I just got to get them the final invoice. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness gravy. So we got a couple of guesses on motor size. We've got Susie is saying 0.8 amps. Emma is saying 0.7 amps. Yeah, and Kevin, our new friend Kevin, that is not from Iowa, I think. Our new friend Kevin, Kevin H. us or something like that. This machine is actually earlier than the 1970s and 1980s. The owner, Joann, actually bought this machine brand new. She couldn't remember whether it was 1964 or a little bit later. She bought this machine new, but it was definitely the 1960s. And a lot of these machines, as Emma pointed out, Emma posted a guess of this machine was made in Japan, and that's absolutely correct. The Japanese post-World War II mirror and modeled a number of machines to look like other machines that have been previously released. And so it does get to be a little bit confusing as far as dating some of these machines. But the beauty of having an original owner machine like this one is the customer, has the original sales receipt that dates back to the 1960s. They've got those providential materials that can clearly establish this machine much earlier than the 1970s or 1980s for sure. But a lot of machines later on, especially by Kenmore, will mimic and match this machine. And those machines, many of those after the 1950s, were also made in Japan as well. Now, as far as the motor size, I believe our highest guess as far as the motor size was Susie with a 0.8 amp. 0.8 amp. This is actually a 1 amp machine. It's actually a 1 amp machine. So it's got a lot of power. Got a lot of power with 1 amps. Again, the machine ratings, depending on the country of origin, Japan tends to be a lot more accurate in giving an amperage rating on their motors than some other countries that I won't mention. But Japan is generally pretty spot on. And in going through this machine and examining the motor closely and doing a deep cleaning and service on it, I think it probably does put out 1 amp of power. So it's a bigger motor than you'll find on a lot of the Singer vintage machines, and almost as big as some of the FOF machines. A lot of the FOF machines are going to be 1.1 amp or 1.3 amp. This is going to be a solid 1 amp machine. And it was made in Japan, and it is from the 1960s. And hopefully that doesn't surprise anyone. I think I saw a question in the live chat. Hold on a second. Oh, hey to Robin as well. Robin from the great state of Minnesota. Hello to Robin. Oh, Kevin, our other Kevin that's not from Iowa, that's not going to get Kevin and Doreen's machines. Nope. Kevin was asking, is it all metal? The answer is yes, but it is made out of a material that is, let me see if I can get my magnet. It is made out of a metal material that is non-ferrous, so it does not have a magnetic response. The only exception to that is this cover up here. This cover up here is going to be a composite or a plastic material, but the faceplate, the arm, the bulk of the head of the machine on this model 1964 is going to be metal. It's just a non-ferrous metal. So it's hard to say what some of the companies coming out of Japan might have been using. I'm hoping that being, much later than World War II, that they wouldn't have used any of the metal from the sunken Navy vessels like the earlier clone machines that were released from Japan. And if you don't know anything about that, one of the leaders probably can tell you just as well as I can the story behind how the Japanese post-World War II would harvest metal from sunken Navy vessels. And I'll let them tell the rest of the story. I know that I've shared it enough times that they're able to share it just as well as I can. And they can share why that metal is problematic as well. But I think this was late enough after World War II, it would have been made from a different type of metal that just happens to be non-ferrous. It doesn't have a magnetic response. I doubt that it's magnesium. Magnesium is incredibly expensive to manufacture, but it's some other type of non-ferrous metal. And it's a relatively, I could weigh it, but it's not a super lightweight machine, but it's also not a boat anchor either. Probably around, I'm guessing around between 28 to 30 pounds is what this model 1964 weighs in at. Okay, is there anything else that we wanted to cover before we actually jump into some sewing with this machine? I don't think there's anything else. I don't think there's anything else that I wanted to cover, but if there are any questions, feel free, like Susie and And I believe some of the other leaders had encouraged as well. Feel free to shoot me a text or post it in the live chat, and one of the leaders will share your question. Or if you're incredibly courageous, you can always call me during the live stream. I'll put you on speaker, and you can ask your question, or you can make your comment live on here, like the old talk radio, the old call in type radio, some of which might be familiar to some of you. Maybe some of you even called into some of these channels, because it's kind of a kick. It's kind of a kick to hear yourself on the radio, isn't it? And I think it's kind of a kick to hear yourself on a live stream as well. So if you want to give me a call the number that Susie has posted multiple times in the live chat, and I'd love to talk with you and take your question and or hear your comment, whatever you want to share. It's cool, totally cool. All right, let's put this machine to work a little bit. I've got 100% cotton here. I'll start with this, and I've got a little bit of a stiffener in between because we might be stitching some decorative type stitches on this material as well, and it just gives a little bit more stability, a little bit more positioning for that knot on material like this. And today I felt like sewing on this forest green color. I think this is forest green. Maybe it's another type of green. I have no idea. But we'll give this a go and see what you think of this. Okay? And we'll start with a straight stitch, and then we'll move into some of the other stitch patterns that this 1964 model is able to sew. And also give a listen to this machine as well. I'm not going to be playing any music. I'm not going to be humming to myself. Definitely give a listen to this machine. It was not a smooth runner, and the feedback from Joann when she brought it in is that the balance wheel was really hard to turn. There were a couple of issues going on. The drive system on this machine, I'll just share this with you real quick. It's a transfer drive system like one of the other machines I showed you recently, where on this side of the machine you can't see it because of the cover, but the motor is down here, that 1 amp motor, and it pushes the power up to another pulley here that then has a second belt that comes up and over the balance wheel. So it's a transfer of power from the output pulley on the motor up to another larger pulley, and then it pushes that power from that second pulley up to the balance wheel and then down the main shaft to the needle bar. That was a design that some of the manufacturers used when you could just as easily have a longer belt, and you could have that belt running from the output pulley on the motor all the way up to the balance wheel. But they chose a different path. They chose a different setup. And that was also fairly common among some other manufacturers like Pfaff and even Husqvarna as well, used a similar transfer process of power. And as long as the machine is maintained properly, you're not going to lose a lot of the output of the motor. But if it isn't maintained properly, you're going to get slipping when you're trying to push that power through two different pulleys, if you're not servicing those pulleys properly as well. And the servicing on those pulleys is, I'd love to tell you it's incredibly technical and incredibly complex, but it really isn't. And you can do this even with a single pulley system as well. That pulley that's coming off of the motor, you periodically want to take a Q-tip swab and some isopropyl alcohol, some rubbing alcohol, and just dampen that Q-tip swab and get all of the oil and the junk off of that pulley, off of that running surface. Get that off of that running surface that that belt is running over. In this case, you've got two belts running over two pulleys. So you really have 1, 2, 3, 4 surfaces to clean, including the track that the belt runs over on the balance wheel as well. And doing maintenance like that on the machine is going to make sure that you maximize the output of that motor and you avoid getting slippage. Slippage is a frustrating thing for a sewist, and I know it was for Joann as well. I know it was for Joann as well. All right, I think I got 2 text messages. Let me see what we got going on. Two different text messages. One, it sounded like Emma, and I'm not sure about the other one. It might have been Susie. Okay, so first of all, Susie's question, and it comes by way of Kevin H. Kevin H is asking if all the gears are all metal on this 1964 Japanese made Montgomery Ward. The answer is no. Some of the gears are metal, like down in the raceway area. Some of the other gears across the arm and across the bottom of the machine are made out of I wouldn't say a plastic. They're made out of a Teflon type material that Singer Sewing Machine Company also used as well. It's a composite type material. I'll call it Teflon. There might be a better term for it, but it's not a plastic material. It's a much more rigorous material that Singer felt confident enough about that they also used it even off of that drive pulley on their slantomatics on many of the models. And that's a high friction, a high use area that's going to take a lot of abuse. But because of the perfecting of this Teflon type material, that was a substitute for metal on many of the machines, even in the output areas where the motor would be putting a lot of pressure on that material. They stood up very nicely. But the long and short answer for Kevin H is combination of metal gears, and also some of them are made out of a Teflon type material. Robin is asking about the yellowing of the plastic. Can it be brought back to white? It's really tough. It's really tough on some of the plastic surfaces. They're very porous, and that yellowing gets really deep into there. What I would recommend for trying to get some of that yellowing away, and we do the same thing for the oiling points across the Swedish Beauties, the green machines, where over time people are using a non type sewing machine oil. They're using an oil that's really yellow, and it stains those surfaces. The easiest way to get that back to an original color, but you got to be real careful, not bleach, not other caustic type chemicals, but using a high grit sandpaper, of 1,000 grit or higher, and with a little bit of oil on the sandpaper, almost like a wet sanding, and just very with a gentle touch, work over those surfaces that have yellowed, and you can try to bring back some of that brightness again. But again, it's a very delicate, uh, a very careful process, a very patient process, where if you go too aggressive, you can damage that surface. So just be real careful. Let's see who else. Robin. Okay, and Emma sent the same question that Susie shared as well about the yellowing that was asked by Robin. So hopefully that answers your question. But again, always be careful about using chemicals on your machines. The only chemical for general cleaning on the machine, I've shown this to you before, is offered at major retailers like Walmart. Actually, going over to get it. Actually, I'm going to get two different things that I can get for you. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to get something to drink here. These are two chemicals that I've used on everything from featherweight 222Ks to every machine in between. This is more of an odor ban, or an odo ban as they call it. It eliminates odors. If you've ever gotten one of those sewing machine cases, like the featherweight cases where you open it up and it smells like a barn, or it smells like a teenager's soccer shoes, or like their football cleats or something like that, it just has that nasty odor in there. This is a great product to spritz into that featherweight case, or another type of sewing case, maybe a slantomatic case for a 401A. Gets that musty, nasty smell. This is available. It also is a disinfectant as well. So if you've got a combination of odor, maybe a little bit of mold inside of cases, you can spritz it with this stuff, and it does an excellent job. And as a lot of our people on the live stream might also have medical backgrounds, it also kills 99.9% of germs as well. So this was something I used quite a bit going through the pandemic. When I got machines in, I would put a little bit on a cloth and kind of wipe that machine down to make sure that that machine was all but germ free through the pandemic. And the same thing is true if you loan your machine to a family member or a friend. When you get that machine back, you can always use a little bit of this on a damp cloth and just kind of wipe your machine down and get all of those germs or other nasty stuff off of that machine, so you can sit back down to it with the confidence that it's not going to, contaminate you in some way. And then this all-purpose cleaner, this you got to be a little bit more careful with. It is supposedly safe for various surfaces, but I've also found that it's a little bit aggressive sometimes and can eat away the polish and even start to go after the clear coat on machines a little bit. So if you use this, you might almost want to get a cloth, a microfiber cloth, spritz a little bit of water on that cloth to begin with to dilute it, and then put just a little bit of this on that cloth to wipe over some of the surfaces, maybe if you've got a little bit of varnishing or something like that. But be a little bit more careful with this. This initially, my impression was it was a gentler touch. It's got a little bit more of an aggressive touch, but it's a great all-around cleaner for cleaning cases and everything else. And then you can deodorize and de-germ them with this stuff. But I've used these products quite a bit, and I've gotten really good results with them. So definitely check them out. And again, you can get them at Walmart. You can get them at other other major retailers as well. So hopefully that's helpful in taking care of your machines, whether they're newer or older. So, okay, I think that was it. I think I answered the questions. Okay, so let's see here. Let me set my phone down. So again, we're dealing with a Japanese-made, excuse me, a Japanese-made machine from the 1960s with a 1-amp motor. And we're not really going to be, like most of my live streams, I do push machines pretty hard sometimes. But my goal in this live stream is really just to present this machine more so from its decorative and from its stretch stitches, and that using this embroidery needle by Hello Kitty. They're going to hate me. I keep calling it Hello Kitty. I think it's Hello Hobby needles. And we're only dealing with a 7511 embroidery needle. So we will be sewing some saddle grade leather and some protected full grain leather, but we're not going to be testing this machine to the max. It could do a lot more with that 1-amp motor, but our goal is really to, really demonstrate some of that heavier sewing, sort of heavy, but really putting this machine to the test and showing some of the beautiful stitching that it can do as well. All right, I finally got a drink of something. My throat was starting to get kind of ricey-dicey there. And unfortunately on this machine, I do have to leave the light on, but it's an incandescent bulb, so I don't think it'll mess around with the camera, hopefully too much. If it does, I can always put a little cover over there to cover it up, but I think we'll be okay. All right, so let's start with the good old-fashioned straight stitch. Again, I've got this machine set on the longest stitch, which for this machine is number 8. And then we'll lay down a zigzag. And then I'm going to invite all of you to jump in on the fun and to select utility stitches that it can do, select stretch stitches it can do, select decorative stitches that it can do. And I'll let you pick the stitch, and we'll try it on the cotton to begin with. And then we'll try applying some of those same stitches to bubblegum material, to saddle grade leather, and to protected full grain leather. And I think I also cut some elk hide as well. Yep, I got a single piece of elk hide as well. And most people always they start to move into the fetal position. They start to go into the fetal position when I talk about sewing elk hide or saddle grade leather or protected full grain leather with an embroidery needle, especially an off-brand like this Hello Hobby needle. But we're gonna give it a go. If I break the needle, I've got a lot more needles because of all the needles that Susie sent me from Minnesota. So I don't think we'll run on needles. But again, I don't say that lightheartedly, because whenever you break a needle, you got to be careful, because you can scar that throat plate opening where that needle passes through or in the worst case scenario, you can even hit the hook and cause barbing or scarring on the needle hook system as well. So you just need to, you push needles a little bit, but at the same time you don't do it in a way of folly or carelessness. You just do it to kind of test that needle. The other thing I didn't say real quick, and I talked about hook. Uh, do you think that this Japanese made 1964 model by Montgomery Ward, do you think that it has a rotary hook system or does it have an oscillating hook system? Which one do you think this machine has? Because I didn't mention that when we looked down at the hook system before. I did not mention it. And it dawns on me that I should mention that because that is a factor sometimes in people selecting a machine because the oscillating hook systems that move like a pendulum can generally handle a much heavier thread than the rotary hook system because that rotary is pulling that thread all the way around instead of just rocking it from side to side. So what do you think? Rotary or oscillating on this 1964 model? And I only see one guess. I see Emma guessed oscillating, and she's spot on. This is an oscillating hook system. So this machine, compared to a lot of rotary machines, will generally be able to handle a heavier thread, maybe an upholstery thread or a Kevlar thread or something like that, more effectively than a machine that's set up as a rotary hook system. The only caution is whenever you're running heavier thread, you want to try to run that thread down in the bobbin case instead of running it up top. And that is simply because when you run the thread down in the bobbin case, it has a lot shorter path to travel in the sewing process than if you're running it from up top and it has to go through all of those thread guides and tensioners and through the tension discs and then eventually work its way down to the needle. Whereas if you put it down below in the bobbin case, it's got to travel a very short distance. So you're going to run into fewer issues running heavier thread down below than up top. And if you're looking for a heavier thread, using say a top stitch needle, you can always run that material through upside down so that you're going to get the benefit of that heavier thread, but also not choke your machine or cause your machine to have difficulties in running that thread, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Yep, Kevin H is right as well. Kevin H is spot on. It's an oscillating hook system. Oscillating hook. All right, let's put this machine to work finally. And we'll run down with a straight stitch. When I get into some of the, some of the utility, some of the stretch and some of the decorative stitches, I'll try to grab the camera like this and show you what's happening down at the needle to make it, a little bit more fun, more interesting for you. Okay. All right, let's get going. Let's get going. And I'll try to do this without using any of my little clips, at least for now. All right, straight stitch, here we go. And I do have the speed down on the machine right now, so we're not racing. We're not racing with this 1964 model. But when we get to some of the decorative stitching, I might bump it up a little bit. We'll go from a tortoise to more of a hair that, a hair as far as an animal hair, a rabbit. We'll go from more of a tortoise to a rabbit, but I'm not going to speed it up too much because I want to be able to bring the camera down to show you what's going on too. All right, so we did a straight stitch. Now I'm going to go ahead and do a zigzag next to it, and then I'll show you these two utility stitches before we launch into some of the more fun decorative ornamental stitches. Again, I see when I look at decorative and I look at some of the stretch stitches as well, those are fun stitches, unlike buttonholes that I do not find inspirational. All right, so to do a zigzag, the only thing we're going to change is this inner dial here. We're going to change it somewhere between 1 and 5. Somewhere between 1 and 5. So I think we'll go all the way up to the max. We're set on the max stitch length, which is 8. And now we're set on the max stitch width, which is 5. So we're max and max right now. We'll see what kind of zigzag we're able to pull off. And again, whenever you're looking at needle swing type stitches, like a really wide zigzag, you might have to make some tension adjustments, because think of it like a bridge with supports. A bridge with supports, the needle strikes as you're doing a zigzag are going to be the supports. And then that span of thread in between those needle strike points is going to be the area that needs extra support. And support for a sewing machine comes by way of tension. So we might have to bump up the upper tension. We might have to make other tension adjustments as we stretch that thread further out between the support points. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so let's do a zigzag now next to this straight stitch. And like a lot of the oscillating, I should also mention this real quick, like a lot of the oscillating hook machines, because they don't do the full rotary motion, they do a rocking motion like this. They're going to start to pull that thread with a little bit more aggression. Oscillating hook systems generally will pull the thread as you go to launch more so than a rotary hook system. So giving a little bit of a hold on that thread as you launch may not be a bad idea, so you can avoid getting that bird nesting on the bottom of the material. Okay. So I'm going to give just a little bit of hold as we launch into this zigzag, and then we'll start to go into some of these fun stretch and decorative stitches. Also, some of the utility stitches, I think some of those are super, super cool as well. All right, here we go. And I didn't hold on to the thread really long. I kind of kept my hand back there, but just at launch, it kind of helps the machine out a little bit with making sure that you get a nice clean lock stitch line on the bottom, instead of having kind of that gunky bird nesting stuff that can happen sometimes. Okay, let's take a look at these stitches now. Finally, give you a close look at the straight stitch, the lock stitch. And again, we're sewing with what I would consider to be kind of an unproven needle. We're sewing with an unproven needle, this Hello Hobby needle that is becoming a little bit more popular now, but it still is not, it's not a SCHMETZ needle, right? So this is our top stitching. We'll look at this first, and then we'll turn it over and look at the lock stitching. So this is our top stitching. See if I can get in there and give you a good shot. Yeah, some good looking stitching. So this Hello Hobby needle, that's kind of a knockoff needle. I shouldn't say that. I'm going to get nasty notes from Hello Hobby. This Hello Hobby needle, that is a new needle on the market right now, and is a little bit more affordably priced than some of the mainline needles. We're giving it a try today, and this is a 7511 embroidery needle. 7511 embroidery needle. All right, let me go vertical. This is also our top stitch. Go vertical as well, so you can see the stitching that way. Yeah, so I mean, you know what? I'm not going to be critical. I'm not going to be critical of these stitches. I think that they're solid page 34 stitches. But again, I've got my own, I would be disingenuous if I didn't say I've got my own bias in thinking that SCHMETZ is a step up and would possibly produce even a better stitch. But you know what? No complaints. We've got a good looking stitch, a very good looking stitch, you know, with this, making sure I've got it orientated right, with this top stitch. And also the lock stitch as well. This is our lock stitch on the back side of that 100% cotton material. I'm going to go vertical with it. The camera seems to like vertical more for some reason. So this again is our lock stitch. We're sewing with this Hello Hobby 7511 embroidery needle. And we're sewing on 100% cotton with a stiffener. Yeah, I think some good looking stitching. I'm not sure what you're seeing on your end, but I'm seeing some really good looking stitching. And again, if you were a little bit late to the pate, this is the needle that we have in the machine today. And Hello Hobby makes needles in different sizes. I think they go up to a size 110. Maybe it's 100. I don't remember. I know they go up to a size 100 for sure. I don't remember if they make a size 110, but they're trying to expand their product line now as people try them out and have some good results, kind of like we are right now. We're having some good results with these needles. And you can, again, check them out at your local retailer or possibly your sewing shop carries them as well. Okay, so now let's do this. I'm going to get this 100% cotton back into position and let's do some fancy or fun sewing. So I'm going to show you these stitches and you can tell me by typing it into the live chat or by texting me what you want to see. And we'll put this this model 1964 Montgomery Ward to work in doing some more sewing. So far, we've only done a straight stitch and a zigzag. And now we're going to move into some of the other stitch functions of this machine as well. Okay, so I'm going to grab the camera. I'm going to start with the utility stitches. I'll start with the utility stitches, and then we'll go across and look at the stretch stitches, and then we'll look at the decorative stitches. And what I would ask you to do is, if you want to see a utility stitch, put the letter U, like uniform, put the letter U and the number. And if you want to see a stretch stitch, put an S, like Scott, put an S, and then the number. If you want to see a decorative stitch, put a D and the number, okay? So just kind of do it that way and put it in the live chat, and the leaders will help me in making sure I don't miss anybody, okay? So these are the utility stitches. You can see that pretty good. These are the utility stitches. There we go. And again, if you want to see one of the utility stitches, just type a U and the number. A U and the number. If you want to see one of the stretch stitches, type an S and the number. There we go. If you want to see a decorative stitch, type a D like David, and the number. So decorative, stretch, and utility. Trying to get the right angle here, folks. There we go. That's pretty good. There's utility, stretch. I'm gonna block that light above. And then decorative. Okay. My arm is getting tired. My arm's getting tired, so I'm gonna set the camera down and see what the live chat is saying. I'll grab my little pad so I can write down some of these stitch options. And we'll put this Montgomery wart to work. Yep. Okay, so let's see. I'm okay. I'm seeing U3, and U3 is by Susie. U3 is by Susie. And I'm looking at Kevin H. Kevin H wants to see S4. S4 is Kevin H. And Dawn wants to see D7. And Emma wants to see U1. Emma, U1. And we've already done, just so Emma knows, we've already done a U1 with a straight and a zigzag. So maybe what I can do is I can save your U1 to sew on one of the other materials. We can always sew it again, but we've already sewn U1, which is a combination of a straight and a zigzag. So I'm just letting Emma know that, just so in case she wants to pick something different or whatever. So, and it looks like Cheryl King wants to see an S3. And Candido wants to see a U6. And Kevin wants to see a D7, but D7 has already been picked by Dawn. So Kevin H wanted to see D7, and Dawn already picked a D7. So I'm going to be doing a D7 for sure. Let's see what else. So I think here's the ones that I have. And tell me, I'll look at the live chat. Tell me if I missed anyone. Please tell me if I missed anyone. I don't want to leave anybody out. But these are the ones that I captured at least. So I've got Susie wanting to see Utility 3, Kevin H wanting to see Stretch 4, Dawn wanting to see Decorative 7, Emma wanting to see U1, which we've already done, and Cheryl wanting to see an S3, Stretch 3, and then finally Candido wanting to see Utility 6. So I've got a total of 6 requests, it looks like. U3, Susie, S4, Kevin H, D7, Dawn, U1, Emma, S3, Cheryl, and U6, Candido. So I'm going to look at the live chat. I think I caught everybody, but if I miss someone, I'll add it to my list so that we don't exclude anybody. That's my greatest fear, and that's the greatest. That's why I'm so grateful, is what I wanted to say. I'm so grateful for the leaders, because if I miss something, they generally will catch it. And that way, no one ever steps away from a live stream feeling like they were overlooked or ignored. That's the last thing that we want. If you've taken the time to join us, we want you to feel respected and honored, and we want you to have a voice. Okay? So, all right. So did I catch everything? S10, D3. I missed D3. D3. D3 is Emma. Emma is D3. Dawn, S10. Okay, so I've added those, and I don't want to offend Emma up here, but since we've already done utility stitch 1 in both of its phases, we did it as a straight stitch and we did it as a zigzag. I'm going to go ahead and put a line through this one for now as far as our 100% cotton. And then we've got these that remain. We've got Susie with a U3. We've got Kevin H with an S4. We've got Dawn with a D7. We've got Cheryl with an S3. We've got Candido with a U6. We've got Emma with a D3. And we've got Dawn with an S10. So that gives us a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 stitch requests for the 100% cotton. And I'll just real quick glance at the, give me a thumbs up or give me a smiley face if I've captured all of the requests up to this point. And we might get additional requests after this, but at least at this point, if I've captured everything, please give me a thumbs up or a smiley face or something like that so I know I can move forward. Awesome. Okay, looks like we're good to go. Looks like we're good to go. The other thing I should show you real quick, where am I? There I am. The other thing I should show you real quick is we're accustomed to seeing a carbon-based foot controller. We're accustomed to seeing electronic foot controllers, kind of like the featherweight on the other workbench is set up with an electronic foot controller instead of the original Bakelite style one that the featherweights would have had back when they were introduced back in 1933-34. This one is neither of those. It is not an electronic foot controller. It is not a carbon-based foot controller. It is a solid state foot controller, which means from my little bit of research, it's going to have a slightly different component setup. It's going to have a slightly different in the way of its matrix inside of here than what a traditional electronic or certainly a carbon-based foot controller would have. So we'll have to see what we think of how it gets along with that 1-amp motor. Do they get along well? Do they perform well together? And what do we think of that? But solid state was really a big thing back in the day. Everything from radios to other types of appliances were all, solid state was a big craze, wasn't it? It was a big deal. It was a big deal. Okay, so right now I'm set up. Right now I'm set up on utility. So we'll do all the utility stitches. Then we'll move on to stretch, and then we'll move on to decorative. So we'll start with Susie's utility 3. So I've got to move my controller from 1 to 3. And just make sure your needle is clear of the material when you're making adjustments. So utility 3. And then I've got to decide on how wide I want that stitch. Utility 3 is going to be our 3-point zigzag. So I'm just going to go a little bit more narrow. I'm going to go down to about 3.5. We're adjusting our stitch width to 3.5. Stitch 3 under utility. And then we've got to decide on stitch length. So somewhere between 1 and 8. 8 is going to be our longest. And then as we move it to this direction, to the left, it's going to shorten that stitch more and more and more. So why don't I do this? Why don't I let Susie pick? I would recommend a shorter stitch for a 3-point zigzag. But Susie, you type the number in, 3.5, 4, 5, whatever you want. Type it in the live chat, and I'll set the stitch length to your preference so we can see what that stitch is going to look like, okay? So I'm going to look at the live chat real quick. I'll kind of look over at the live chat. I'm looking for Susie's response as far as stitch length, what she would like to see. I'm not seeing any response from Susie. She might have gotten disconnected or something. Who knows? All right, so I'll pick it. I will pick it then for the 3-point zigzag. I'm going to put us on right around 4 for the stitch length on this 3-point zigzag for Susie. So let's give this a go and see what we think. Okay, get this down. And the 3-point zigzag is a fairly fast moving stitch, but I'm going to see if I can move the camera down so you can actually see the needle bar action and the needle movement. So I'm actually going to move us to the side to begin with. Let's see if I can do this. Holding the camera with one hand, guiding the material with the other. See a little bit more elevation. There we go. That's a little bit better. A little bit more elevation, and we'll give this a go. This again is Susie's stitch, Susie from Minnesota. All right, here we go. I can't, here's the trick. I can't hold the camera, guide the material, and hold the thread. So if we get a little bit of a bird nest thingy on the end, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. See if maybe I can do it. See if I can do this. I'm going to demonstrate the span of my hands here. So I'm holding the thread, I'm holding the camera, and I'm guiding the material. At launch, here we go. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. All right, I'm going to stop right there. So I went with a length of 4 on the stitch length. It's kind of cool. We're used to seeing more of an edgy side to the 3-point zigzag. What it did here is it stretched it out a little bit more, and it almost looks like little mountain hills or something, or I don't know what you'll see as, but it's kind of cool. It's kind of nice. And that really is the impact of stitch length and stitch width when you're given the discretion to choose width and to choose length on a decorative or a utility stitch, or a stretch stitch for that matter. It gives you a totally different look to the stitch, doesn't it? A totally different look. So this is our top stitching on Susie's stitch, the 3-point zigzag. Let me adjust the camera up a little bit, see if that helps. There we go. So this is one of the utility stitches on this Montgomery Ward 1964 model. Yeah, good looking stitch. Nice looking stitch. And I think you can mess around with the 3-point zigzag and almost make it a decorative stitch, can't you? You can almost make it a decorative stitch. Let's turn it over and look at the lock stitch. Yeah, beautiful lock stitching as well on this utility stitch, as Montgomery Ward is calling it. Yeah, really quite lovely. Lovely stitch. All right, let's see if there's any other utility stitches. Let me get this material back in place. See if there's any other utility stitches, and if not, we'll move on to the stretch stitches next. Let me get that back into place. There we go. So we've just done Susie's U3. And now we've got okay, Candido has a U6. And that's it for utility. We only had 2 people pick utility stitches. Susie with the U3 that we just did, and then Candido from New York wants to see a U6. So let's do a U6 now. So we're going to take our stitch selector. We're going to go up to 6. And then we're going to decide on stitch width. We can go a little bit wider or a little bit shorter. Why don't I invite Candido? If Candido is still in the audience, why doesn't Candido pick the stitch width and the stitch length for us? So again, stitch width, we can go between, I wouldn't go super narrow because we're going to lose the clarity of the stitch, but maybe somewhere between 2 and 5 on stitch width. And then on stitch length, we can go anywhere from, I mean, we could be crazy and go all the way down to 1, but I don't think we're going to see much that way. So somewhere on the stitch length up to 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. I don't know if I'd go all the way down to 2 on stitch length with this type of stitch, but I'll leave that up to Candido on stitch length and stitch width. So let me look at the live chat, see what Candido is saying. 5, okay. So we can do a 5 and 5 if you'd like. We can go 5 on stitch width with this inner dial, and then we can do 5 on stitch length, right about there. And we'll see what we see. Again, it'll change the look of the stitch dramatically depending on what the stitch length and the stitch width settings are. Okay, let's do this next stitch now for Candido. Yeah, this is kind of cool. This is kind of cool. We're used to seeing this as a much tighter pattern, really kind of pulling it in nice and tight. Here it's spread out a little bit more, but I like it just as much. Let's see what you think. So this is Candido's stitch pattern, utility number 6. Utility number 6. Just double checking. This is my top stitch. We'll look at the top stitching first. Yeah, I can just hold it like that. You can actually see it really well. So you can imagine, instead of going with a stitch length of 5, if we had gone, say, down to 4 or 3 or 2, you would have seen this pattern tighten up even more. But it's really quite lovely, even like this, isn't it? It's just stretched out a little bit more. It's just a little bit more stretched out. You look at it like that too. We'll turn this over and look at our lock stitching. This is our lock stitching now for this pattern that Candido out of New York picked. It's really quite nice, isn't it? Looking at it like this as well. It's kind of fun to look at the stitching as a column instead of horizontally. Yeah, very, very nice stitch. Very, very nice stitch. And those are the only 2 utilities that were chosen. I was really quite surprised, to be honest with you. I was surprised that no one picked the utility number 4. Utility number 4 is really kind of a, I'll show it to you. It really is kind of a cool pattern, I think. And I was kind of surprised no one picked that one. So these are our utility stitches here. And this is number 4 right by my finger. I thought someone would go after utility number 4, but they didn't. But maybe we'll pick that later, right? Maybe we'll pick that later. So now we're going to move on to the stretch stitches. The stretch stitches, which are generally pretty doggone popular. because they really are kind of cool looking, aren't they? And it looks like our first stretch stitch selection was by Kevin H. And I better put a check mark there so I know that we did Candidos. Kevin H picked a stretch 4. And then after that, we've got Cheryl picking a stretch 3. And then finally, Dawn picking a stretch 10. So we have 3 different stretch stitches that we're going to be demonstrating with this Montgomery Ward model 1964 that belongs to Joann Potter. Joann Potter. Does anyone remember? I kidded with her. I kidded with Joann about this when she was in the workshop. I couldn't help myself because it's one of my favorite movies every year. Does anyone know a movie that's pretty doggone famous? Has Jimmy Stewart, and one of the characters in the movie, the last name is Potter. Does anyone remember what movie that is? Potter. All right, let me get Kevin's stitch set up while y'all are guessing. Let me get Kevin's stitch set up. So Kevin wanted an S4. So we got to first of all take our stitch selector and take it back to 4. And then we have to decide on width, because for the stretch stitches, we've got some discretion between 5 and basically 2, 5 and 2. So I don't know if Kevin H wants to choose the stitch width. Go ahead and do that, because for the stretch stitches, for the most part, when I adjust the stitch length, we've got a little bit of a range on the stretch stitching. Above 8 anywhere in here, but I generally set it right on the default for the stretch as far as the stitch length. But if Kevin wants to see a certain stitch width for this S4, then give me a number between 2 and 5, between 2 and 5, and we'll try your stitch. But I wouldn't go too narrow on this. These stretch stitches generally are going to want a little bit more width to them. So I would recommend going with a higher number of maybe 5 or 4, so that we don't compress that pattern too much. So I'll see what Kevin is saying, and then we'll try this next stitch. Okay, so we're going to go with 4. Kevin typed a 4 in there. Let's go with a 4 and see what we think of that. That's so weird. I was already on 4. Ha ha! So this is going to be pattern S4, which is one of the stretch stitches. We've got 4 for the pattern selector, 4 for the stitch width, and then we're going to go with the default as far as the stretch length setting. So let's check this one out and see what we think. Let's check this one out. I'm just looking at the pattern real quick. Yeah, I believe this is going to be a tri-motion stitch. So I'm going to try to get the camera down here by the action and give you a chance to see the machine sewing. I'm going to stretch my hand out again, try to hold that thread, because again, the oscillating hook system is going to pull that thread a little bit at launch, and to avoid like a mess on the bottom, if you hold that thread just temporarily, you get a better product. Okay, I think I'm all set. All right, I'm going to slow my machine way down. Yep, we're slow. All right, here we go. This is Kevin H's selection under the stretch stitches. All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to stop right there. And this is a repeat pattern. This is a repeat pattern where it's going to have, as it's recycling through that pattern, which it looks like is comprised of about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 approximately are part of what comprise this stretch pattern. It's going to recycle and you'll see the little stretch stitch gap points on it as it goes through that pattern again. All right, let's check this one out. See what we think of this one. This is Kevin H's pattern. I'm just going to double check sides. Is that? Yep, that's top stitching. So this is the top stitching, and then we'll flip it over and look at the lock stitching. There we go. Now it's coming into view a little bit. And I do notice, and I don't know if it's a product of the Hello Hobby needle. Needles, the anatomy and the engineering quality of needles can cause variances in the stitching, but I do notice a couple of anomalies in how it executed Kevin's pattern. It's got a couple of anomalies that I would consider to be flaws, but all in all, it did a fairly good job of executing that that complex tri-motion pattern. But that's why some of the machines will have a system where you can start at the beginning of the pattern and it doesn't start in the middle of the pattern, depending on where that cam stack is when you launch. So you can sometimes get a little bit of an anomaly. Let's turn over and look at that lock stitch as well. Yeah, I would say overall a good job. The machine is doing what it's supposed to be doing. But again, I think because of our needle that we're using, there may be a couple of little anomalies that a SCHMETZ needle might not have that this Hello Hobby needle did generate. But all in all, I think it did a good job. All right, let's move on to the next stretch pattern. See what we think. So the next stretch pattern is going to be stretch number 3, which Cheryl wanted to see. Let's see how the machine does with that one. Stretch number 3. Stretch number 3. Let's go back to this way. Stretch pattern. So our selector is going back to 3, and now we've got to decide on stitch width. Let's see, stretch 3. Stretch 3 is going to be this one right here. So I'll leave it up to Cheryl to choose the stitch width on this one. Somewhere between probably, we could go as low as 2. I don't know if I would recommend going that low, but somewhere between 2 and 5 to do this next pattern. 2 and 5. Let me look at the live chat, see if Cheryl is still here, if she wants to chime in on stitch width. Okay, I don't see Cheryl. So I'm going to go ahead and pick the stitch width so that we can move on to this next pattern. But if you joined us a little bit late, these are the patterns we've done so far. Combination of utility, and then we just did this last one, which is a stretch pattern. So that's what we've done so far. All right, so I'm going to choose this next one. I'll put it probably on a stitch width of right around 3. We'll push it down a little bit further. And then we'll leave our stitch length is going to be, we'll leave it on the default of stretch. We could certainly move it. We do have some discretion. We could move it this direction a little bit to make it a shorter stitch. And on some of the stitches, we might want to try doing that. But I think on this one, we'll go ahead and give it a little bit more. I'll move it to right about there just to have a little bit of a difference. Okay. So we'll do this next stretch stitch now and see what we think of this one. And I notice my take-up arm is way down right now, so I'm going to move that up. You can see my take-up arm starting to pop up right here. It's always better to launch with that take-up arm at the highest position. It frees up the mechanics of the machine and it generally gives you a little bit better launch. Okay, I'm going to try to get the camera in place again. Give you a different view. There we go. I think that's pretty good. Give my thread a hold, give my material a little bit of guidance. All right, let's try this next pattern. This again was picked by Cheryl, and it's under the stretch stitches. All right, here we go. And you can see as well, I'll just pause for a second. You can see as well that this is using also the tri-motion, which is using those feed dogs to manipulate the material in conjunction with the needle movement. So they have to work cooperatively, don't they? All right, I'm going to stop right there. Yeah, I don't remember what this pattern is called. I don't think it's the crescent pattern. It almost looks like bird feet to me. But this is the one that that Cheryl wanted to see. This is under the stretch stitches and it's number 3. So we'll see what we think of this one. Stretch stitch pattern on this Montgomery Ward model 1964. Let's check this one out. And this is our top stitch. It's our top stitch. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of a cool little pattern, I think. Our top stitch again. You can actually show it to you like this in totality. Yeah. I think that's kind of a cool little stitch. It almost looks like little bird feet or something. All right, let me get this back into position. We'll move on to our next one. So I'm going to check off Cheryl's. We did S3. And now it looks like the only one we have left under the stretch patterns for now is going to be S10 that Dawn picked. So again, if Dawn is still in the audience right now, I know we have people that have to kind of pop in and they have to pop away. But if Dawn is still here, if she wants to pick a stitch width between, say, let me see what this one looks like. I wouldn't go too narrow on this, but somewhere between maybe 3 and 5. Between 3 and 5, I think we'll still get a decent product. But if Dawn wants to pick that, just add it to the live chat. I'll glance over and I'll set the stitch width to your liking. Because again, it really comes down to the sewist in when they've got discretion on the stitch width or stitch length. It's up to them to choose, isn't it? And since Dawn picked this one, I'll let Dawn pick this for the stretch stitch number 10. But in the meantime, I'll get the machine set up for that. So we got to take our stitch selector and take it all the way up to 10. And now I'll see if Dawn has any input on stitch width. And we have discretion on stitch length as well. If she wants to go a little bit shorter, we can certainly go shorter. Otherwise, the default is like right there. But if she wants to go shorter on the stitch length, we can move it up to right about there, just above the number 8, which is going to be the longest. So I'll see what Dawn is saying, if she's still in the audience. Otherwise, I'll choose some defaults, and we'll kind of go forward with that. Number 5. Dawn is saying number 5. So I'm guessing we'll go ahead and go with number 5 on the stitch width, which is going to give us the widest point. So I'm going to adjust the stitch width all the way up to 5. And what do you think, Dawn? We can either go with the default, which is right there, or we can go shorter. If I move it this way, we're going to get the stitch pattern just a little bit more compact if we move it this direction. So what do you think? Somewhere there, down there, closer to the 8? Or should we go with the default, which is right there? So I'm going to look and see again what Dawn wants to. Again, I want all of you to have input, so we can try what you want to try and see what we get. Yeah. So Dawn is saying let's make it shorter. Yeah, why not? So let's go ahead and not go with the default. That would be default for stretch. Let's push it over here. We're not going to go quite to the max to 8, but we'll go more on this end right here. You can see where we are in relation to the default is way over there. This should give us a little bit shorter pattern over here. Okay, so let's give this a try. This is Dawn's stitch, and let's do it her way. So this again is S10. S10. Sounds like a truck, doesn't it? Yo, what are you driving over there? What kind of rig you got? It's an S10. Thanks for asking. All right, go away. Go away. Get away from my truck. All right, let's try this S10 stitch. See what we think. Oh, wait, first of all, I've got to take my take-up arm all the way up. See that? Going up, 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 up. Actually, you can't see it. Up, 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 up. There it is right there. There we go. Give ourselves a good launch. Give ourselves a good launch. Okay, right about there I think is pretty good. All right, so this is Dawn stitch. Here we go. That's really stretched out. That's really, really stretched out. Maybe I was mistaken. You know what? Like I say, sometimes a teacher, always a student. I think I made a mistake. I looked at this on the 1964 model, and it's the same color. You can see that right there. It's the same color as our stretch stitch patterns. It's not the yellow. It's not the white. But instead of getting the pattern that we wanted, when I moved into that discretionary area where I thought we could have a little bit of decision on the stitch length, like Dawn, I wanted to go shorter. The machine is not giving us that option, apparently. It's not going to give us that option unless it's maybe in the decorative ones. We could try it over there, because this is what we got, really. We got this pattern. Let's see. Maybe we did get that pattern. We did get that pattern, but it just looks weird. It looks weird, maybe because we made it. I don't know. Pattern 10 stretched. It doesn't look like the way we wanted it. I don't think it looks like the way we wanted it. Let's take a look at this. Because I might stitch it one more time with the stretch default and see what we get instead of this. See what I'm saying? You're never going to be, when I'm in the workshop, I can't spend the amount of time with the machines that the owner can spend. They have a lot more intimacy with the machines. So that discretionary factor might not quite apply to what we want. It's sort of kinda, but I'm going to try it the other way too. Matter of fact, before I show this to you in detail, I'm going to move it to the default and we'll try sewing it one more time to see what we get. So I'm going to move it all the way back this way to that stretch default. We'll sew Dawn stitch one more time and see how it changes. We've already got this set to the widest point. We've got this set on selector 10, which should give us a stitch a little bit more like this. But we got something closer to almost like a blind hem. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. So let's try it again. We'll try it one more time. So we may not have any discretion with some of these stretch patterns as far as the stitch length, unfortunately. I wish we did. I wish we did. I thought we did. All right, here we go again. Same pattern, but we moved it back to the default for stretch instead of using our discretion to make it a shorter pattern. Let's see what we get. Here we go. Now that looks more like the stitch that Dawn and I were anticipating. That looks a little bit more like it. A little bit more. But again, I don't know how well our Hello Hobby needle is doing, because we do have a few anomalies on this tri-motion stitch. We do have a few anomalies that are popping up as far as the pattern, the way it presents. But what a stark contrast. And it goes to show that as I prepare for a live stream like this, I don't test every single stitch. I test the majority of them after the machine is tuned and adjusted, but some of them I don't try. And so when I'm looking at this control over here, it sure looks like we have discretion all the way up to just above the 8. But when we tried that, we got a very different stitch than the one we got the second time. A very different stitch. Let's take a look at that closer. And then we'll move through some of these other stitch patterns that all of you selected. A much different stitch. So our first run at Dawn stitch, which was the S10, the stretch 10, was the one just above, not the bottom one, the one just above, which is really, really different from the second run that we did. Very, very different. Very different. Well, we're going to continue to run with the Hello Hobby needle, but I don't know that I'm sold on Hello Hobbies at this point. I don't know that I'm sold on Hello Hobbies. The needle is a major factor in how that pattern presents, and I think we're getting some anomalies using this particular needle during this live stream, and that's okay, because it gives us an idea of the limitations of this needle too. Okay, so we're done with all of the stretch and all the utility stitches that you chose. Now we're down to the decorative options. And it looks like Dawn picked a decorative option of number 7. Then we also have a decorative option of number 3 also. So I think we'll do decorative 3 first, which is Emma's, and then we'll do decorative 7, which is Dawn's. So now we do need to move. Let's see here. Decorative 7 is, it's going to also look like it's in the orange pattern range, kind of that orange pattern range, but it's not going to be specifically set as a stretch stitch. So here's where we might be able to use that discretion range that I thought we could pull off with a stretch stitch, but it really is going to be what we use for some of these decorative stitches that are in orange. So we'll try decorative 7. Excuse me, we'll try decorative 7, and we'll also try decorative 3 as well. Decorative 7, decorative 3. Emma picked a decorative 3, but I'm not seeing a decorative 3. Did I write it down wrong? I see that there's a stretch 3 and there's a utility 3, but I don't see a decorative 3, Emma. But that's what I wrote down that was on the live chat. So do you want to look at that again? You might have meant one of these other decorative stitches between 7 and 9. 7, 8, 9, 10, 7, 8, 9. It's going to be over in this range. So re-look at that. I'll go with decorative 7 right now, which is Dawn's. And then take a look at yours again, Emma, because I don't see a decorative 3. I think you would put a D3, but there is no D3 option that I see, at least. So let's go with a 7. And on this one, I'll try using this as a discretion range here. Try using this as a discretion range. Let's see here. Let's try it right there. 7, we'll go over to here. Setting the stitch selector on 7. Stitch width, I think we'll go kind of, let's see what that is. Yeah, we'll leave that alone. I think we'll leave the stitch width right around on 5. We could adjust it down to like right around between 4 and 5. And then this stitch length, we'll have a little bit of discretion on this. Let's see what we get with this time. See if it resembles this stitch right here. See if it resembles that stitch. Because again, from what I'm seeing, it's giving us a little bit of a range, but it must not, it applies to the decorative ones that are orange. It does not apply to the stretch stitches. We have no discretion there on the stitch length. Okay, let's give this a try. See what we think. Get that take-up arm all the way up. And we'll do this next stitch pattern now. All right, let's see if I can get the camera down there again for you. Oh my goodness, that's huge. That's the M symbol. I'm trying to see what it's representative of. Oh, interesting. Interesting. And see, this is where a designer, Montgomery Ward is very, very specific about their color choices. When we're doing most of these stitches, like the stretch ones, we've got this stretch default, and then we have this range, which we've discovered this range over here does not apply to the stretch stitches. So I assumed, as I'm looking at these decorative stitch patterns, some of them are going to be yellow, just like our utility ones are in the yellow range as well. So in that case, with the yellow ones, whether it's decorative or whether it's utility, we're going to be moving over into this range of the stitch length that's going to be labeled white. You can see how these are all white. And we get the proper outcome from the machine with that. But then we have these decorative ones that are a combination of yellow and also the orangey ones as well. So we would assume that we could go with a range over here on the stitch length, but instead of getting the pattern output for 7 that Dawn wanted to see, this little heart style one, we ended up getting this number 7 right here, which looks like a McDonald's symbol. So even on the decorative ones, when they come up orange like this, on this Montgomery Ward model 1964, it's going to want us to use that stretch default to get this pattern. And this is something I'm learning along with you. Even though I did a lot of sew-offs off camera, I didn't specifically do all the stitches. So we're learning this together, that on this pattern here, to get the 7 that Dawn wants, we're going to have to go with the stretch default on the stitch length. I'll show you what we got, and then we'll do it again, and we'll move it to that stretch default. And that's the nature of a live stream, is we sometimes learn things together, don't we? We kind of learn things together. I've never had a 1964 model from Montgomery Ward before on the workbench, and never in a live stream. So we can stumble along together, and it'll become a tutorial for others as they look to put this machine to use. So this is the pattern that we ended up getting for Dawn's number 7. But it's the other number 7 under decorative. See that? That's the wrong number 7. That's not the number 7 that we were hoping for. At least I don't think it is. But now we'll do the other number 7. We'll do the other number 7. Instead of the McDonald's one, we'll see if we can get that other one. This is our lock stitch. Now we'll do the other number 7. And the only adjustment that we're going to make is we're going to move our stitch length from this range discretion here directly to the stretch stitch default. And now we'll see if, instead of getting this number 7, we'll see if we can get that number 7. A big difference between those two stitch patterns, both under decorative stitches. So I did a D7 just like Dawn wanted. But now we're going to do the other D7, which I hope looks more like that. All right, let's give it a go. Learning together, it's so much fun. So much fun. All right, let's do this again. We're going to do the other D7 now. Let's see if we get a totally different stitch pattern on this Montgomery Ward 1964. Here's what I would recommend as we're looking at these decorative stitches in particular. Instead of making this color over here the same color as the stretch stitch, it's that orange, they should have made it yellow. Montgomery Ward, when they manufactured this machine over in Japan, they should have made this discretion zone right here between the number 8, which would be for utility, right there. They should have made this yellow instead of orange, because it creates confusion, doesn't it? It creates confusion as far as whether or not we can apply it to the stitches that are under decorative that are the same color, and the stretch stitches that are the same color. They should have made it yellow instead of orange, in my opinion. That way we would know how it can be applied up here and how it can be applied up here. So back to the default now. Back to the stretch default under stitch length. And now we'll see if we can pull off this other number 7. We did this number 7 already under decorative and got the McDonald's symbol. Now we've moved back to the stretch default, even though it's a decorative stitch. And we'll see if we can pull off this pattern now. Keep your fingers and toes crossed, because we're learning together today, which is okay. It's okay. All right, let me get that take-up arm all the way up. There we go. Now we're going to try to do that other number 7. The other number 7. All right, here we go. Okay, and we got a very different result this time. We're sewing a decorative stitch. We're sewing a decorative stitch, but we've got the stitch length set on stretch to get that other number 7 out. Very, very different. Very different. And this is what we got this time. So again, the first pattern we did, we got this number 7. Now we have a pattern closer to this. It doesn't resemble it quite exactly, but it's close. It's close. Again, we're working with an off-brand needle today. I probably won't use these again. I probably will not use these again, but this is what we got this time around. And again, the anomalies we're getting is not because of the machine, it's because of the needle we're using. I wanted to give it a try. I've never tried this embroidery 11 size 11 needle by Hello Hobby, and I won't be using it again because we're getting some anomalies in these patterns in how the needle is trying to execute it. So do needles make a difference? They really do. They really do. Off camera, I was using a SCHMETZ 9014, and then I decided to move to this Hello Hobby needle, 7511 size. I wouldn't say it was a mistake. I would say it was giving it a try, but we won't be using it again on a live stream, the 7511s. I think we got some decent results from the 9014s by Hello Hobby. Maybe we even used a size 100 before, but their embroidery needles are not getting the job done to the level and standard that we expect. Kind of a hit and miss thing with these needles. Okay, what else do we have to do? And I think we're running a little bit on the long side. 2:59. We're almost at 3 hours. We're going to wrap this up pretty quick. So that was, we did 2 different number 7s. Decorative 3 we have to do as well, but decorative 3 doesn't exist. I'll have to look. Emma, send me a text with what you'd like to see instead of a decorative 3, because there is no decorative 3, dear. There is no decorative 3. And then we just did number 7. We did both number 7s under decorative for Dawn. So as far as I can see, we did all of the numbers that people requested. We did all the numbers that people requested. I'm going to see which ones we did not do. We didn't do decorative 2. That's a possible option. Decorative 2. We did not do decorative 4. Decorative 4 is an option. Decorative 5. Did we do decorative 5? It doesn't look like we did decorative 5 either. We did not do decorative 5. Stretch stitches. Let's see. Did we do stretch stitch 4? Stretch stitch number 4 we did not do. Stretch 4 is an option. Yeah. So I've got basically 4 options here. 4 options here that we can try beyond. I'm so tempted to switch out needles right now and put a SCHMETZ in, but I'm going to finish this out with this Hello Hobby so that we can see if the inconsistencies in how it executes the stitch patterns remain the same, because I did all of these. I don't know where I put them. I did a number of these to show you. I did a number of these using a SCHMETZ needle. This was with a SCHMETZ size 9014 needle off camera. That was with a SCHMETZ 9014 needle off camera. to get ready for this live stream. And if you look at these patterns, a number of which we've repeated using this Hello Hobby needle that you can buy at Walmart and other places, you can immediately see, I can immediately see that needles make a difference. And why do we love SCHMETZ? And why do SCHMETZ needles follow us on Facebook and on YouTube? For these very moments right now, where they can say, look at how much better our 9014 universal needle did than this embroidery Hello Hobby needle. These were all done with a SCHMETZ 9014 universal needle, not even an embroidery needle by SCHMETZ. This is a universal needle, and the quality of stitching, the execution of these stitch patterns with this 9014 SCHMETZ universal needle is light years beyond what this Hello Hobby needle has done on this live stream. Don't you agree? Top stitch, lock stitch. But it's okay. It's okay. I don't see this as failure. The machine is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. This Montgomery Ward model 1964 is running at the top of its game, but it's limping because I elected to give Hello Hobby a chance with their embroidery needles. Based on what I've seen today, I can't recommend the Hello Hobby embroidery needles. And I'm sorry to say that because I love companies that are trying new stuff. But unless their needles start sewing at this level, and this is a universal needle doing this. It's not a SCHMETZ embroidery needle. It's not a 7511 SCHMETZ needle like I've used on live streams before. This is a SCHMETZ 9014 universal needle laying down better stitching than what this Hello Hobby needle has done on the live stream. So don't walk away from this live stream and fault Joann's Montgomery Ward. You can say the next time I go to my sewing center, the next time I go to my Walmart or somewhere else, I know not to try a Hello Hobby embroidery needle. Sorry to say that, but it's true because it's not executing to the level and standard that we expect. So this is a great machine operating with a substandard needle. I'm just going to say it. It's a substandard needle compared to what we're used to seeing. All right, let me see. We got a couple of text messages here. And that's okay. I want to show you the stitching that this machine did off camera using a SCHMETZ needle. And now on a live stream, we're using a different needle. Needles matter. And I can say that to our friends at SCHMETZ that follow us on Facebook and on YouTube. Your needles make the difference. Your SCHMETZ needles are at a different level, definitely at a different level than the newer Singer needles, and definitely at a different level than these embroidery needles by Hello Hobby. Definitely at a different level. D9. Okay, so Emma wants to see D9. Did we do D9 already? I don't think we did. Okay, so I'm going to do a D9 for Emma using this substandard needle. I'm sorry. I love trying new things, even on live streams. I'm not afraid to try new things, but what this has taught us is that needles make a difference. It's why we talk about SCHMETZ needles all the time. All the time. D9. Kevin, Emma, Cheryl, and Robin are asking if you... I'm getting multiple requests to switch the needle. I said I wanted to finish out this live stream with the Hello Kitty needles. Let's switch. Let's just switch and throw this embroidery needle in the trash and let me go back to my SCHMETZ needle. I've got multiple requests. Kevin, Emma, Cheryl, Robin, all of them are saying, throw the needle in the garbage. Let's go back to SCHMETZ. Let's do that. Let's do that right now. Let's do that. All right, hang with me for a second. And just so y'all know that I'm not being melodramatic, I'm not making it up, making sure Susie's number isn't showing. That's from Susie from Minnesota in a text message. You get that many people in our family saying, throw the embroidery needle by Hello Hobby into the crapper. Sorry for saying crapper, but I just said it. Throw the Hello Hobby needle into the crapper. Let's go back to SCHMETZ. Let's do it. All right, so I'm going to do that right now. Bear with me for a second as I switch out. Let's see here. SCHMETZ 9014. Oh, I think I tightened that up quite a bit. Hello Hobby Needle. Goodbye, Hello Hobby Needle. Hello, SCHMETZ 9014. I'm not even going to use an embroidery needle because I didn't use an embroidery needle to get this product here. I used a universal 9014. All right, let me snug that up all the way. Let's see how I can do as far as threading. Be a little bit easier for me to see what I think with that light off. Clip that end. It's always fun trying to thread a machine on camera, you know? And this does not have an auto threader. Not that I would use it anyway. Let's see if this helps me a little bit. There's a little bit of a dead spot right here as far as the lighting. If I light the needle from the back, I'm able to see that hole so much easier. I think I almost got it. There we go. These are neat little light. I got these at Harbor Freight. They marked them down to $1.50. I got a bunch of them, and they help sometimes if I'm trying to see. There's a little bit of a dull spot here as far as visibility with the lighting, so I think it helps just a little bit. There we go. Okay, we are back. We are back to SCHMETZ. Now, we threw our Hello Hobby embroidery needles. Matter of fact, if someone doesn't want these, I'm probably just going to throw these in the garbage can too. I'm not going to go back and try to get a refund. I think they were $2.50, or they were less than $3 at Walmart. So, okay, what stitch? Give this to me in the live chat. What stitch should we try to repeat that we got an anomaly on? As a matter of fact, it was the last one that we tried to do. This one right here, what stitch was it that we just did? Was that our, looking at our settings, that was our 7 stitch, right? That was our 7 stitch under decorative stitches. Our 7 stitch, which I also did off camera using the same material setup. You look at the quality, I think this was number 7 right here. Just trying to look at 7. No, 7 is a little bit different. I think this is 7 right here in the second column. But if you look at the 7 with the SCHMETZ needle compared to this one, it's just night and day. It's horrendous, isn't it? It's quite horrendous. So let's try repeating the same stitch that we just did with a SCHMETZ needle and see what result we get. And then we can actually look at them side by side. We can look at the Hello Hobby needle line, and we can look at the SCHMETZ line. Take up arm all the way up. I'm not going to change a thing. I'm going to leave it just the way it is. Stretch this. Okay. Let's see what we get now. And if we don't get a great result, then this is not ready to get picked up. Something may have slipped out of timing, or something else may have been adjusted, but I think it's strictly a needle issue. I think it's a needle issue, the difference between the quality and standards of a SCHMETZ needle and the Hello Hobby needle. So we'll try executing the same pattern exactly, and we'll see what result we get. I'm not going to change a thing. I'll sew it exactly the way it was. I'm going to check my settings again, make sure everything is the same way. Yep, it is. All right, let's give it a go. All I'm going to say is needles make a difference. I didn't change any settings on the machine, nothing. We sewed exactly the same pattern, exactly the same thread. Nothing changed other than changing the needle out and tossing the Hello Hobby one in the trash. And if you weren't a believer in SCHMETZ before, and I bet you our SCHMETZ friends are grinning like possums right now, as my father would say. Look at the difference. Doesn't that blow you away? I remember back in the day, those of you that have been following me for a real long time, I used to try to de-emphasize the importance of needles. I always loved SCHMETZ. I always was a devoted SCHMETZ lover. But I would de-emphasize, I would say it comes down to my machines and the way that I service and restore them. That's what gives the stitch quality, the caliber of stitching that everyone raves about. But I'm going to eat those words today and say, this Montgomery Ward was literally weeping. It was literally weeping, saying, Scott, I want to show my greatness. I want to show my greatness. And you're running me with this crappy needle. Yeah, you wanted to give it a chance. You wanted to give it a chance to shine. I'm getting so emotional, I wasn't even on camera there. You wanted to give it a chance to shine, but let it shine some other day, not while I'm having my moment underneath the bright lights. This is our lock stitch. Look at the anomalies that needle by Hello Hobby is creating. And it's an embroidery needle, for goodness sakes. It's an embroidery needle. It should be closer to the mark in executing this type of stitching. And yet look at the stitching we're getting from a SCHMETZ Universal 9014 needle compared to that Hello Hobby one. It makes you wonder if we were able to sew this pattern again, this one right here. We could sew it right next to this other line that we did, the Hello Hobby one, how much different it would look. So needles make a difference, folks. And the best needle I've been able to find, and this is nothing against our friends that make organ needles or some other really, really long-standing needles that are built with a great deal of pride. But I haven't found yet a needle to match up with a SCHMETZ needle. I just haven't. And if they wanted me to do a testimonial, if SCHMETZ said, hey, we want to put you on camera, we want to pay for a national commercial, will you do it? Yeah. How much will you charge? $0. I love SCHMETZ needles that much. I'll do a commercial for them for free because I think people need to know. Other people are going to get a Montgomery Ward 1964 model and they're going to plug it with some of these. It won't even focus on them. The camera's saying, I don't even want to focus on you anymore. Look at that. The camera won't even focus on it. There it is. Someone's going to get a Montgomery Ward, or you name the other machine, some other vintage machine that is running as hard and fast as it can possibly run. And they're going to put one of these needles in it, and they're going to be sorely disappointed. They might even put that machine in the closet. But if they had started with something like this, they're going to be delighted. They're going to be raving about that machine, saying, I'll never, ever go back to a machine that's not vintage again. Never, ever, ever, ever. It doesn't have to be a Husqvarna machine that also started in 1872, just like Montgomery Ward. We can rave about a Montgomery Ward machine that does not have that household notoriety. Does not have that household notoriety of a Swedish beauty coming out of Sweden. But this machine has as much greatness in it as another machine when you give it the opportunity, sewing with a SCHMETZ needle, stitching like that, and stitching like this in contrast. I'm just going to do it. I'm sorry. Any of you that know me pretty well, I am a Benjamin Franklin fanatic. I pinch a penny as hard as I can to get as much out of it as I can, but I don't want these to fall into anyone else's hand. I don't want anyone else, to come into the workshop and say, hey, do you have any extra needles? My budget's kind of tight. Do you have any other needles that I can possibly use in my machine? I don't even want to go down that road. I don't want to do that to someone else and have them be disappointed. So I'm just going to, I don't like wasting things. I don't like wasting things, but I'm not going to give those needles to someone else. It's not going to happen. So, at any rate, I can blah, blah, blah. Let's go to another stitch and let's wrap this live stream up. But thank you. You know what? Thank you to the family. I say this all the time in live streams. Let me come into the shot. I say this all the time in live streams. We're part of a family at Cow Country, and your input matters. And when Susie sends me a text like I showed you, where multiple people are saying, Scott, we know you want to stick it out. We know you want to give these Hello Hobby people every opportunity to succeed. They're not succeeding. And Susie sends me a text message, multiple people saying, throw the needle in the crapper and let's go back to SCHMETZ. I'm not a good leader. I'm not a good follower if I don't listen to those voices, right? I'm not a good anything. And I read Susie's text and multiple people are saying, throw it in the crapper. Let's go back to SCHMETZ. I showed you the difference. So all of your voices count. When you're on a live stream like this, I never want you to feel like we're ignoring you. And when one of my leaders reaches out and said, Scott, everyone, practically everyone is saying, thanks for showing us that needle. Thanks for giving it a chance, but it doesn't deserve the opportunity on our channel. On our channel, it doesn't deserve the opportunity anymore. It's missing every step. Even though that machine has workshop magic, it can't succeed with that needle. It can't do it. So I'm listening. My leaders are listening. So if something like that comes up again in a live stream, put your foot down and say, no, enough is enough. Your machines are the best in the world, Scott. It's got workshop magic and it's still struggling. That's not the machine's fault. That's not your fault. That's the needle's fault. We are devout. I'm devout. I don't want to speak for all of you. I'm devout SCHMETZ all the way. You know, give me a tattoo that says SCHMETZ. I don't have any tattoos. I might get a tattoo that says SCHMETZ. I might do it. You never know. Maybe for my 60th birthday this coming year, I'll get a SCHMETZ tattoo. I don't know. I gotta think about it. Gotta think about it. Yeah. So does SCHMETZ make a difference? Yeah. Does SCHMETZ make a difference? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely a difference. Top row is SCHMETZ. Bottom row is Hello Kitty. I said that intentionally. I know it's Hello Hobby, but Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty, SCHMETZ. Hello Kitty. And we already know what the SCHMETZ line would look like of stitching. It would be absolutely near perfect, never perfect, near perfect. All right. I could blah, blah, blah all day long. All right. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Let's do another stitch for Emma, and then we'll wrap this up. I don't think I had any other ones. If I did, if anyone else wants to see a repeat, let me know. But we're gonna wrap this up. I gotta get ready for some other stuff, and I gotta work on this featherweight. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in trouble. This featherweight's been sitting a little bit waiting, and I need to get on this featherweight. I really do. Okay, what did we? I totally lost track of what we had. S4. Do we do S4 already? No, we just did 7. So let's do this. Let's do this. These will be our last 2 stitches using our SCHMETZ needle. Let's do an S4. Let's do a D9. Let's do an S4, a D9, and then we'll wrap this up. If one of the leadership team members sends me a text and says, Scott, please, 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 would you repeat this stitch again? I'm going to go ahead and repeat it. But if I don't get a text message, we're going to wrap up with S4, D9 with our SCHMETZ needle, and then we'll call this finished. I'm not going to do any of the leather right now. We've been running too long. I could certainly do leather, especially considering we have a universal needle now. If someone wants me to do leather, send me a text message right now, and we'll do either elk hide, or we'll do protected full grain leather, or we'll do saddle grade leather. And tell me what stitch you want to see on the leather. We'll do a stitch pattern on saddle grade. We'll do a stitch pattern on protected full grain. I'll skip the bubblegum material. I love bubblegum material. Y'all know that. But we'll skip the bubblegum material. We'll wrap this up. I'm even going to skip my vinyl paper stuff for right now. Although that would be a heck of a lot of fun to do one of those decorative stitches on it as well. And if you want to see this, let me know. I'm going to let y'all drive the train here at this point, but I want to finish these last two stitches. The S4, the D9. The D9 was, I think, for Emma. I don't remember who the S4 was, but we'll do these last two stitches and then see if anyone else wants to see anything else. Okay? All right. What was I doing? S4, 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 S4. So let me turn the stitch selector back to 4. We're going to do a stretch stitch, so we've got to adjust this to our stretch default setting. I learned stuff on this live stream today, just like all of you learned from me. I learned some things about this machine that I didn't know, which is good because then it becomes a tool to Joann and to the others that have this same machine. So that's way cool. That's way cool. So stretch 4, 4, 4. Yeah, and this is a tri-motion stitch, so I'm going to give it a wider berth as far as stitch width, almost to max. Okay, let's do this next stitch, and then we'll see if anyone wants to see leather. Otherwise, we'll wrap this up. And thank you again to the family for holding me accountable. I wouldn't say accountable because I was doing the right thing. I was doing the right thing by giving this needle a chance. But all of you gave me the liberty. You gave me the freedom to say, Scott, let's trash that needle. Let's move on. And that's what we did. That's how valuable the family is. If y'all wonder, is it just like some sort of hype or blah, blah, blah? Does the family really matter? Does the cow country family matter? You saw that today. You saw that evidence itself, and you saw the impact that you brought. So never doubt that. Never doubt that for a second. All right. So what do I have set up here? It looks like a stretch stitch number 4. This is a pretty complex stitch. So we'll see if our SCHMETZ needle delivers again. All right. That was a text message. Let me do this stitch, and then I'll look at the text message. All right, I'm going to hold my thread. This is kind of a fun stitch for you to see too. So I'm going to get it going. And then I'll grab the camera and give you a close view. All right, I'll give you a closer view now. All right. So this is stretch number 4. I don't remember if we did. Kevin H had asked for this stitch before. We did it with the Hello Hobby, Hello Kitty needle, and now we just redid it with the SCHMETZ needle. Let's see what the difference is. It's going to be night and day. You already know that. It's going to be night and day. And I mean that. SCHMETZ is watching right now. I have no doubt that they are. Somebody from SCHMETZ is watching this. You guys set up a commercial. You guys, you gals at SCHMETZ, set up a commercial. I'll do it for free. Okay? As long as I can mention cow country. I need to be able to mention cow country family. If I'm able to mention cow country family, I'll do your commercial for free, SCHMETZ. I'll do it for free. Unless you want to really pay me, then, okay. That's fine. And I don't want to shortchange you guys, guys and gals. If you want to pay me some money, and we'll do something cool with it. Yeah. So this is Kevin's. Where was Kevin's original stitch down here with the Hello Hobby thing was down here. So look at this stitch line, and then look at the stitch line that I just did with the SCHMETZ needle up here. I'll see if I can show you both. Yep, that's it. So this was Kevin's down here by my finger. See that right there? That was Kevin's down there. All kinds of anomalies, needle errors. We'll just call it needle errors. And then we just did this one with our SCHMETZ up here at the top row. This one right here. I can only imagine that Kevin was disappointed when we did that first stitch line for him. He really wanted to see that stitch. And then we produced something like this. Where is it? It's somewhere here. Is it that one? Yeah, it's this one right here. And then we just reproduced it using SCHMETZ up here. We went from this right there where my finger is. We went from this to this. It's night and day. It's night and day. Lock stitch. This was our lock stitch for Kevin's stitch before down here by my finger. That was our lock stitch, this one right here. I thought it was an issue of the pattern repeating. Remember I said that. I thought the pattern was repeating, and that's why there was a gap point. The needle, the Hello Hobby, the Hello Kitty needle, was totally missing it. It was totally missing it. If you look at this compared to this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I am sorry, Hello Hobby, but your embroidery needles, your 7511, they're never going to be on this channel again. Ever. Ever. Never going to be on this channel again, ever. No. Not going to happen. If I ever sell my business, that'll be a condition. That'll be a condition of the new owner of this business out in the future sometime. If I sell this business, they will be I will sue them up and down if they ever use a Hello Kitty needle on this YouTube channel. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. All right, now we got a D9, a D9. A D9. That's an interesting stitch. The D9. So we did an S4, this one. Now we're going to do a D9. That's kind of a repeat, I think, a D9. D9, so go all the way up to 9. Oh, and I need to come out of the stretch mode now. Stretch mode, we need to come out. I'm going to try something different. I didn't try this before. So we've got these decorative stitches. And again, I think Montgomery Ward created confusion by doing some of the decorative stitches in yellow and then others in the same color as the stretch stitch. I think they created some confusion, but we're going to do a D9 now. Now here's the question. Here's the question for Emma. I think this was Emma's. Emma, are we doing the D9 over here? Or are we doing the D9 over here? Because I got to set up the machine to do that. So we got two D9s. We got a D9 here. We've got a D9 there. Which one am I doing, dear? The one in orange or the one in yellow? Orange or yellow? See what she says. Oh my gosh, I got to watch my time. I got to meet with holy mackerel. Our time goes so quick together, even when we're battling a substandard needle. That's the kindest way I can say it. It's a substandard needle. So D9, we got two D9s. Is it yellow or orange? Orange, got it. Okay, orange. So orange, if we learned the mistake before, orange, I'm going to set it on the stretch option. Even though it's not a stretch stitch, we got to go to the stretch option, and we have no range discretion on that. So the 9, D9, got that. I've got this. I've got that. I got that set up. I think we got everything done. So let's do the D9. And then unless, I got to look at the text messages. I apologize. I get on a rant and I can't help myself. Orange. Okay. Robin from Minnesota sent me a message. She is a passionate woman, and she writes this all in caps, leather, exclamation point, leather. And Robin will refuse to wear the hat that Susie made that I sent to her in Minnesota if I don't do leather. So I got to sneak some leather in for Robin, because we want Robin on her dog walks with, give me a second. Wait a second. It's been a long time. Robin and I have not been communicating. Levi, Robin's dog, Levi, they go on walks together out in Minnesota, right? And Robin wears this hat that Susie made that I sent her. So Robin is going to boycott Susie's hat if we don't do leather. Got to do leather, okay? So leather's we got to do leather. Got to do it. Okay. So we're doing Maddie's orange stitch now. Let's do this orange stitch. Number 9, I believe it was. D9. Under decorative stitches, D9. Okay, let's give this a go. Just checking my settings. I think my settings are okay. Yes, I think they're okay. Let me get it going, and then I'll see if I can give you some camera action. That was exciting. Get that? See that? Did you hear that little I didn't have my take-up arm all the way up. My take-up arm was like down there. And the machine is going, what are you doing to me? What are you doing? So let's do this right. See that? These Hello Kitty needles have me totally fried now. I may have to go in the fetal position when we're done with this. I might have to do it. Okay. Let me get it started, then I'll grab the camera. Hold on a second. Okay, I got it started. Now I'll give us the camera. I hope I said it right. I think I said it right. Okay, so this is the orange number 9. Orange number 9. Done with a SCHMETZ needle. I'm almost terrified to think what this would look like if we used the Hello Kitty needle. Kind of scared. A little bit scared. I'm going to hear from the Hello Kitty lawyers. Stop calling our needles Hello Kitty. They're Hello Hobby. They're more like Hello Crap is what they are. And you can quote me on that. They're Hello Crap needles. Sorry. Get the grandkids out of the room. I just said crap. Moderators, throw me in a 300-second timeout. Please. Wait, that's the wrong end. Which end am I? There it is. All right, this is Emma's orange number 9. Orange decorative number 9, and it is looking really, really sexy. Really, really sexy. Look at these last 3 stitch rows that we did with SCHMETZ needles. Look at these last 3 stitch rows that we did with the SCHMETZ needle. They just jump off the material saying Here I am. Here I am. Like that. Absolutely. Page 34 plus. Absolutely. Page 34 plus. Let's look at the lock stitch. Unbelievable difference, isn't it? Just an unbelievable difference. Nothing has changed. Same machine, same workshop magic, a quality needle. Quality needle by SCHMETZ. That's the difference right there. Big time. Big time. Big time. I think that was the last one we were doing, right? Yeah. Looking at my list here. S4D9, D2. Were we supposed to do these? The D2, D4, D5? D2, D4, D5? Maybe we can do these on leather. D2, D3, D4. Oh, there is no D4. There is no decorative 4. There is a stretch 4. Maybe that was supposed to be a stretch 4. There's a D5. Anyway, let's do some leather for Robin. So she keeps wearing Susie's hat over in Minnesota when she's walking with Levi. We've done enough on the cotton, I think. So, Robin, if you're still in the audience, are we doing protected full grain leather? Are we doing saddle grade leather? Or are we doing genuine elk hide? Because now I've got my SCHMETZ 9014 Universal. I'm not afraid of this leather. Based on what I was seeing from that Hello Kitty needle, I would be terrified to try leather with that needle if it can't even do cotton. You know what I mean? So, Robin, I'll look at the live chat. Tell me elk hide, saddle grade, protected full grain, and I'll give you a look at the stitches again. You can pick your stitch, okay? We'll do a stitch on your leather of choice, and then we'll wrap up this live stream. So we've got these utility stitches. Trying to get the right angle here for the camera. We've got these utility stitches. We've got these stretch stitches. I'm sorry for the shadow. Sorry for the shadow. See if my hand over the top helps. It doesn't help. And then we have these decorative stitches. So decorative. And it's okay if we repeat it because we're sewing on a different material. We're on leather now. We're not on cotton anymore. So there's decorative, stretch, and utility. So let me set the camera down. We'll see what Robin wants. We'll kind of wrap up this one, I think, with Robin's, unless someone sends me a text and say, what about? But I'm not seeing any other text messages right now, so I think we're good to go. All right, let me look at the live chat, see what Robin is saying, and we'll do that. Let me see if I can. I've got Robin's cell number. Let me see if I can send Robin a text real quick. And she might have jumped away real quick for something. Hold on a second. Hey, check out the live chat looking for your choice of leather and your choice of stitch. I just sent Robin a text message real quick and asking for her choice of leather, her choice of stitch. Otherwise, if we don't get a response pretty quick, then I'll let one of you all pick it out on her behalf. But we'll see if I get a response via text real quick from her. Yeah, I've got to. Teresa was saying I might be late. I've got to meet a customer at Joann's, but I've got until 2:30 Central Time, so I'm okay there. But I've got another meeting that I was supposed to be at by 1:30 that I'm going to have to text the person and say I'm not going to be there at 1:30. It's not going to happen. So here's what I'm going to do, because I just sent that text message to Robin. See, this was her leather. Whoops, I just hit the wrong button. Hold on a second. This was her leather. And then this was my thing here. So we'll see if we get a response. Otherwise, we're going to move forward, because we're not going to. Robin might have had to get. She might have gotten pulled away to do something. Who knows what? So. U1 is just a straight stitch or a zigzag. Are we going to do a zigzag on leather? What type of leather? U1 is a straight or a zigzag, Emma. So let's move forward with that. Do you want to see elk hide? Do you want to see saddle grade, or do you want to see protected full grain leather with either a straight or a zigzag? A zigzag will be more of a test with the needle movement factor, but let me know. Yeah, U1. Not like you won something, but you won. Utility 1 is going to be a straight or a zigzag. So specify the leather and specify. So yeah, U1 is straight or zigzag, and then we have like looks like a blind hem 3-point zigzag. The cool mountain stitch. I really would love to do a mountain stitch too, but whatever. So, but yeah, let me know. Specify. Zigzag elk. Okay. Zigzag elk. Let me get some elk in there. All right. So here's our elk hide. So we'll go over here. Make our adjustments for a zigzag. Oh, I should have shown that to you. Sorry. So what I did to get us back to utility stitches is I took our stitch selector. I took us back to 1. So we'll have a choice of a straight or a zigzag right now, because the inner dial is set on a 5. We're going to get a nice wide zigzag. If we wanted a straight stitch under the same number 1, then we would just take this down to 0 like that. Then we would get a straight stitch. So I'm going to take it back up to where Emma wanted it. A nice wide zigzag. I've gone ahead and set my stitch length down here in the white range. And we're telling it we want a nice long wide zigzag. I'm setting it right around on 7. I could go all the way up to 8, but I'm going to set it on 7 here for a longer stitch. Set it on here for on 5 for a nice wide stitch. And then I've got our stitch selector on 1 to give us a choice of a zigzag. So this is going to be our zigzag right here in number 1, U1, if that makes sense. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and get this set up. I'm not going to do the camera thing because I'm doing a straight stitch, or a zigzag rather. I'm doing a zigzag. That's what I meant to say. And we'll go ahead and get that take-up arm all the way up. See, our take-up arm right now is super low. It's way down here. So we're going to move it up, 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 up. Up, up, up. You can see it's starting to pop through. Keep going, 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 keep going. There we go. Now it's on the downstroke. That's the way we want it. Okay. So now a zigzag for Emma on genuine elk hide. A zigzag for Emma on genuine elk hide. Here we go. And I'm not going to give it a hand start. Not going to give it a hand start because it's a 1 amp motor, for goodness sakes. This should be able to handle this. No problem. All right, here we go. I got to do it. All right, do it. Hold on. It's just fun kind of putting the camera down there. You guys are like, whoa, close to the action. It's like a 3D movie or something. All right, this is going to be, unless I hear from somebody, this is going to be our last stitch off. We're going to wrap this up. Going to wrap it up. All right. For my dear friend Emma, my friend Emma from Florida, the humid hot place. Here is a zigzag on genuine elk hide. I'll show you the side. Kind of like a belt. We just sewed through a belt. Hey, Mom, look. We just sewed through a belt. Hey, Dad. Dad, I sewed through your belt. You sewed through what? Ha ha! Scott told me to do it. Scott told me to do it. All right, here's our zigzag on genuine elk hide. It goes out of focus when I turn it sideways, but that is some super thick elk hide, folks. Here's our lock stitch. Try it like this. The camera's getting kind of tired, I think. Let me try it like this. Put it down like this because I can see it clearly here. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. All right, this is our lock stitch on the back of the genuine elk hide. See if it'll do it that way. Let me shut that light off. Hold on a second. I had to shut the light off on the machine. That's our lock stitch. I'm sure we lose it right there. Hold on a second. Beautiful lock stitching with a zigzag through the genuine elk hide. Again, our top stitch, spot on, spot on. And that kind of shows you the thickness if you look at it from the end. All right. Well, I don't hear anybody else chiming in to say anything else. So we're going to wrap this up. And I appreciate everybody's patience today as we kind of work through the challenges with that test needle. And we finally moved back to SCHMETZ. And we got some great results. Great results in changing out that needle. Just off the hook. Absolutely off the hook. So that's it, folks. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. That's all. Well, I'll show you the stitch offs we did. Start over here, kind of go across. Yeah, so this is a Montgomery Ward, model 1964. A great year in history. A great year in history. Turn it like this. You can look at this machine. I'm going to put on a little bit more music to wrap up. And as you need to step away, please step away. But I appreciate everybody's help in kind of going through the different phases with this machine and coming back to our loyal SCHMETZ needle. I'm going to leave that light off right now. Yeah, needles do make a difference, folks. They really do. Needles really do make a difference. All right, God bless. Thank you to the leadership team for taking care of the family. Thank you also for the family encouraging me to change out needles so we could finish up this live stream and really do what each live stream is purposed at doing, and that is demonstrating the greatness of a sewing machine. This machine was being held back by that substandard Hello Kitty needle, and we went back to SCHMETZ, and the rest is history. The machine is just so happy to have a SCHMETZ needle in it right now instead of a Hello Kitty needle. So that's about it, folks. God bless, and watch for a live stream on Saturday. I might be presenting a Lotus machine on Saturday, either that or a featherweight. We'll see. All right, take care. See ya. A little bit of music, maybe. A little bit of music. Music. Almost there. Oh, and also, this music is for National Sewing Machine Day. So get your groove on. Get your groove on. Get your groove on. Mr. Bean, you're blocking the machine.